compartir este espacio con nosotros, esta conferencia.
Recording in progress.
Estamos muy contentos que pueda participar contándonos esta metodología, esta herramienta SHEP, así que el tiempo es suyo.
Bien, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a los presentes en virtual y también hay mucha gente en presencial. Pudimos hacer un poquito de seguimiento de las últimas horas de la conferencia de hoy. Bien, mi nombre es Mariko Watanabe, yo soy oficial de programas de la oficina de JICA en Bolivia, de la Agencia de Cooperación. Me acompaña acá también online el señor Atsushi Kawase, que es mi supervisor inmediato también en la oficina de JICA en Bolivia. Hoy día les vengo a compartir un poquito sobre la experiencia de un enfoque en lo que nosotros estamos utilizando para hacer, pueden ver una pantalla ahorita acá, el material, es un PowerPoint.
Sí, confirmado. Se ve, solo falta en
Okay.
modalidad de presentación.
Ok. Ustedes me pueden confirmar si pueden ver una lámina muy colorida.
Sí, sin problema.
Ok, muchas gracias. Bien, ahí vamos. Entonces, hoy día les vengo a hablar sobre el enfoque SHEP que estamos utilizando como JICA en varios de nuestros proyectos que implican el servicio de la extensión agrícola. El SHEP significa es Small Horticulture, Empowerment and Promotion, y el tema, el meollo de las cosas para este enfoque es cómo podemos mejorar y hacer mucho más eficiente este servicio que es bien importante. Bien, entonces vamos. Cuando hablamos que como JICA también, incluso como JICA, como hemos venido hablando en, ok, perdone. Como hemos venido realizando, ahora lo podemos ver. No. Tengo un problema ahí, ¿verdad? Deme un segundito.
Se ve la presentación, pero no en el formato. Ahí sí cliquea, a ver.
Les pido disculpas tenemos un pequeño inconveniente.
Ok,
Discúlpeme.
no se
Me doy
preocupe. Ahora sí se ve perfecto.
Ok, muchas gracias. Bien, mil disculpas. Bien, entonces ahí vamos. Ok, haciendo una introspección, incluso de los proyectos de cooperación nuestros desde la cooperación de JICA, de repente habían ciertos, en diferentes momentos de la historia, habían diferentes maneras de tratar de encontrar solución al tema de cómo podemos apoyar de mejor manera, dando asistencia técnico a pequeños y medianos productores. En un inicio, como todo, la meta se concentraba sobre todo en el tema de incrementar el volumen de la producción. Posteriormente se dio mucho más énfasis en el tema de la calidad de los productos. Eh, en el tiempo vamos avanzando y hemos empezado a comprender la importancia de cómo asociarlos a los productores y finalmente encontrar mercado para vender los productos. Entonces, no es que todos los proyectos realmente nuestros, haciendo una introspección desde la sinceridad, es que hayan sido tal vez los más integrales. Y de repente ocurre siempre de muchas regiones,
share in many of the
en
countries
cuanto
and
a la
many of the
extensión
regions in
agrícola
regard to the
convencional.
agricultural extension
El
or
primer
conventional
tema, la
agricultural
transferencia
extension.
tecnológica,
Yeah, the first topic
que
is the
por decirlo así,
technological
si
transfer.
al productor se le
That to
entrega
say
un
it somehow,
paquete
if
de
the
10
producer is
tecnologías,
given
la tasa de
uh,
adopción
a package of 10
de las
technologies,
conductas
that the rate of
recomendadas
adoption
posiblemente
that
sean
are
aplicadas
recommended will
en
possibly
un
be
20%, en un
applied in
30%, en
20%
el mejor de los
or maybe
casos. Es decir,
30% in
3
the
de
best of the
cada
cases. In
10
other words, 3
tecnologías
of
son
every 10
apenas
technologies
adoptadas por nuestros
are just adopted
agricultores.
by
Hay un
our
gran rezago y
producers.
una muy baja
There is a
eficiencia en
great loss
cuanto
and a very
a
low
inversiones
efficiency
que se
in
hacen a
regard
nivel de
to
proyectos
the
y a nivel de cooperación.
investments
Hay
that are
una
done at the level of
una
projects and at
debilidad
the
de
level of
marketing, ya
cooperation.
que muchas
There
veces
is
los
also a
equipos
marketing
técnicos
weakness
que
because
hacen
many times
parte
the
de nuestros
technical teams
proyectos
that are part of our team, of our
están más
projects, sorry,
compuestos por
are
personas que son
sometimes
ingenieros
more made
agrónomos
up by
y no
people
personas
who are agronomical
apenas
engineers and not
especializadas en
people
el tema del
that are
mercadeo.
specialized in the
Y
topic of
si debemos
marketing.
pensar,
And this is something that
hasta
it
ahora
makes us
incluso
think
se sigue
up to
pensando en
now.
mejor
We
rendimiento
continue on thinking
más
about a
beneficiosos para el
better
productor. Y estos son los
performance, a
estudios
better
que
income for the
de
product. And these
repente
are
hay
the
que
schemes
volver
that
a repensarlos.
we suddenly
Y
have to rethink
finalmente
again.
nunca
And
tuvimos
finally,
como una holgura
we never had a
de
threshold
los procesos de reflexión de hablar
or a
sobre el
buffer of the
empoderamiento que los
process
agricultores
of
de repente vieron
implementation
que
that the
existe en
producers
nuestros
might
esfuerzos, vamos a decir, este
stop
proyecto hay
prevailing in their efforts
de
to see if
5
the
años
project is there for
desaparece
5 years.
nuevamente porque ya
The
termina su
project
ciclo
disappeared
y muchas veces
because
en
it had
las
gone through a cycle, and many
evaluaciones
times in an
encontramos que
evaluation,
muchos
ex post
productores
evaluation, we find
se
that many
encuentran
producers
en la situación de foja cero, como
find
si nunca
themselves in a
hubiera ocurrido el
situation
proyecto.
like if
Entonces, a
no
partir de
project
esta
had ever taken
situación,
place. So,
no solamente
based on the
vemos en
situation,
nuestros proyectos,
that not
sino
only
que
have
en
we
los
have seen it in
proyectos
our projects, but also in projects
de otras
from other
instituciones amigas, se
institutions,
proponen
friendly
soluciones
institutions,
concretas
they propose
a estos
concrete
desafíos.
solutions to these
Y
challenges.
le pido máxima atención a esta lámina que
And
resume el
we ask you to pay
concepto
attention
del SHEP.
to this concept of the SEP.
Con el SHEP trabajamos
So
prácticamente dos
with
metas.
that,
Como
we
ustedes
have
pueden ver
basically
a su
worked.
derecha
You
el
can see to
círculo
your
naranja y a la
right
izquierda el
the
amarillo, que
orange
vamos a
circle and
ir
then the
desglosando
yellow
de
one to the
manera
left.
muy rápida.
That we're
Voy a
going
pedir el
to
tiempo un
break it
poquito
down in a very
cortito,
quick
tal vez
manner.
por la falla
Time is
técnica,
short
pero
because of
vamos
the
ahí.
technical
Una primera
failure,
mirada del
but we're
SHEP
going to go little by little.
es que
The
hay
first
que
look at the ship is that we have
retornarle
to
a la agricultura como
return
un buen
to the
negocio.
agriculture as a
Cuando
good
nosotros
business.
preguntamos a
When we
nuestros
ask
agricultores
our
cuántos provienen de familias agricultoras, casi la mayoría
producers how many come
provienen de
from
familias
producing
agricultoras
families,
y cuántos
producer
de
families, and
ellos
most of
quisieran
them
que
come
sus
from
hijos
one of those.
sean
And how many of them
agricultores.
would
La
like
verdad
their
es que ahí
children to
podríamos
be a
llegar
part of
porcentajes.
a
En este
producer?
momento,
Well, many of them say
en
that
muchos
a
países
high percentage would
latinoamericanos y
like to.
también en el
At
África,
this moment,
donde
many
hace
Latin
20
American
años
countries and also in Africa, where
comienza
for 20
en el
years,
país de Kenia el enfoque
where
SHEP,
we have began this
existe esto que se llama
country of Kenya,
la simetría de la
we have
información.
this that is called
La
that
simetría de información significa
asymmetry
que
of
el
the information.
productor
The
no
symmetry of
produce al
information,
mercado sus
asymmetry of the information.
necesidades o
This means that the producer does
requerimientos,
not take
sus
to the market
requisitos
his
y el
needs, his
mercado
requirements,
tampoco conoce
and
al productor.
the market
Entonces hay que romper
does
como
not understand the product.
primera manera de trabajar el SHEP es
So we have to
romper
know as a
esta
first way
simetría
to
de
look at the
información.
ship, we have to look at this
El segundo
symmetry,
círculo, el que va a la derecha,
asymmetry of
el
the
SHEP
information.
trabaja a
And the
partir
second
también
circle to the right, the ship
una
also
mirada
works
desde la ciencia de la psicología, el
with a
tema de la
view from the science
motivación,
of psychology
de
with the
acuerdo
topic of
al estudio
motivation.
de la autodeterminación
When
de
we
la
do a study
autoridad
of the
del psicólogo
self-determination of the authority of
Thesis,
the
del doctor
psychologist, the
Kahn,
Dr. Thesis,
la
American
motivación se
psychologist, the
trabaja,
motivation
se tiene una
is
alta
worked
motivación, por decirlo así, cuando hay
there with a high
tres
motivation, and
necesidades
when there are
psicológicas que
three
se
basic
van trabajando de
psychological
una
needs that are
manera
worked on
constante y
in
regular.
a constant
Las
and
tres
regular way.
necesidades son la
The three
autonomía,
needs
vale
are the
decir que el
autonomy,
agricultor él tiene que
to
tomar
say that the
las
producer has to
decisiones
take,
suyas
make the
propias,
decision,
devolver
his
de
own
la
decisions,
capacidad de toma de
uh,
decisiones a los
to go back to the
agricultores.
decision
La
making,
competencia
give that
es
back to the
que cada
producers.
vez que
The competency is that
un
every day
agricultor
The producer has to be trained in new technology. He feels with better tools to be able to respond with a requirement that is being requested from the market. And the connection that the producer has to be connected to the market, yes, with a ecosystem of the market, yes, with a outreach specialist and with the community. When we talk with the community, we need to work on something that is really important, that is a sense of belonging. And for all this is that we have our toolbox. And the ship, the step has these four simple steps in different colors, and it's a very simple matrix. As the first step, when we come into the communities, we always socialize the goals with our producers. What does this mean? That we leave it very clear that the projects that have to use a SHIP project to the base, donations are not given. And many times in the first workshop, if we don't have 100% of the assistance, we have at least 20%. And that 20% is the group that can be shipped. That's the way we say it from Bolivia. The group that can really have a base of motivation that is much stronger, intrinsic motivation than more than an external motivation that might be just money. As a second step, we make a process for decision creation of awareness, and this means to make a baseline study. The producer himself, on his own, has attended, but it's not that somebody does a job for him. The producer has to complete a template to see how the money is moving in his farm. This is the first moment in which the producer has a sense of a surprise. Many of the producers, they notice that their farm has a cycle of survival only, and it's not a good business. After that, they go to a market study that is also carried out by the producer themselves. We train them for that. They go with a notebook, with a pamphlet, they can do their own payroll, and this is where they might decide this is relevant and they might want to do it. And so when you go to the market, you notice that what it is that they sell, at what prices, at what options. So there is information that is much richer, that is in the hands of the producer. And at this moment, we have what is called the evidence. And at step number 3, the producer can now make decisions based on evidence and not what traditionally is made because it's like that or because we don't know how to do it in another way. And finally, the fourth step, which is the delivery of technology. What does this mean? Well, when we follow these 4 steps, and in the fourth, we have the appearance of the delivery of technology, the technical assistance. The rate of adoption of the technology is much greater. We can talk that it is above 40%, up until we come to 40% with the rate of adoption of technology. So that's how it goes. A toolbox is given that is cultured and practiced. It's a process that is sometimes not very short, but the producer, after a while, takes the questions for himself to see what else can be produced, what else to sell, and what else can we invest in. So at this moment, there is already a change of paradigm within the mind of the producer, and that is what we want. That in this way, we might be able to break down the cycle of certain comfort based on the subsidies and donations and the awards. And it is possibly a very feasible way through which the producer, small and medium-sized producer, can become in what it is to be an entrepreneur and to be a entrepreneur in the clearest way of the clearest term of the word. And there we are in much clearer terms beyond Bolivia. The SHIP effort has demonstrated that in an average of 2 years, in the best of the cases, there's an improvement of income in the families of about 60%. Of the SHIP is for everybody, for all those who decide to adopt this approach, but especially it would be for, we have seen great changes in what would be vulnerable groups, such as women households, heads of household, households that are managed only by women, where we have a woman, third age elderly woman, or people with very low levels of education or of technical
Y ahí
preparation.
estamos, hay una meta que
And
nosotros
that's where we are,
hemos
and that's the
trazado
goal that we have established
en el
ourselves
2019 en
in
el TICAP
2017 in
séptimo,
the TCAP
de hasta el
in the
2030
seventh,
llegar a un
and up
millón de
to 2030
agricultores
to
de
reach a
pequeña
million
escala, mediana y de
producers,
enfoque
low
SHIP.
scale and
Actualmente el
producers
SHIP se está
through the SHIP
utilizando
model. Currently,
en
the
más de
SHIP is
60
being used
países. Nació
in more
en
than 60
Kenia y hace
countries.
20
It
años
was born in
bajo la
Kenya
mentoría del
and
doctor
20 years
Jay
ago
Kawa.
under the mentorship of
Eh,
Dr. Jay Kawa.
Actualmente estos países en el África
Currently, these
están
countries in Africa
adoptando y el SHIP
are
ya ha
adopting,
cruzado fronteras
and the SHIP has already gone through
para
borders,
Latinoamérica. En
even
más de
for Latin
60
America.
países estamos
In more than
presentes
60 countries,
y
we
el
are
SHIP
present.
a partir
And the
de
SHIP,
los últimos 5 años, a partir de las
taking off
diferentes
from the last 5 years, based on the different
iniciativas pioneras, ha
initiatives,
logrado
pioneering
cruzar
initiatives,
fronteras y también
has been able to
sectores.
cross
El
borders and
SHIP
also
es
sectors.
floricultura,
There
la
is certain
ganadería y el turismo de
floriculture
rubro
and
y esta herramienta
livestock
incubando
raising,
los primeros
and we are
pasos del
now
SHIP.
have the pride of
Hay varias maneras de ver que tiene para
putting
intervenir en
in
Latinoamérica
the
y el
incubator the
Caribe con
first
este
cases
nuevo
of
SHIP.
tourism ship.
Después de cooperación técnica,
In Latin America and
actualmente
the Caribbean,
inclusive
we are
en
now
Guatemala,
participating with
tenemos
several ship
asesores de JICA,
advisories. We have
especialistas en SHIP
is a
insertados
JICA
en instituciones estatales
advisors
estratégicas y
installed in
en este
strategic
momento va a
state
comenzar
institutions. And at this moment, this
la
bomb
co-creación de conocimientos,
has
que es
begun
un
with
curso de
a
30 días
co-creation of knowledge that is a course of
2 semanas en terreno y una
30 days
semana en
on
un
the
tercer
terrain
país.
and one
Si
week in
ustedes
another in a third
requieren y
country.
les causa
If you
curiosidad
require
sobre el SHIP,
and you
hay
are
mucha
curious about the
información
ship,
disponible.
there is a lot of
Usted
information
puede ir a
available.
cualquier
You
buscador,
can
colocar
go into
JICA
any
SHIP
search
y
engine
ahí
and look
estamos.
there
Hemos colgado
for the ship, and there we
absolutamente
are.
toda
We
la
have
batería de
hung
herramientas.
absolutely all
Hay
the
mucha material
tools
también. El
on this.
material
There is a lot of
ahí
material
subido
and
en la
YouTube also,
plataforma de
YouTube
YouTube.
material uploaded
Si
into the
alguien
YouTube
también
platform. If
interesa,
anybody
además
is
de
interested,
los organizadores, podemos
through
hacerles llegar en los
the
diferentes
organizers, we can
materiales.
make
No es
you reach the
bastante
different
cortita,
materials.
pero el
And my
tiempo
presentation
nuestro
is very
tiempo
short,
para
but
que me
it
presentes.
has given
Muchas
us
gracias.
time. Thank you for very much for
Señora
giving me the
Marico,
time. Ms. Mariko,
muchísimas,
thank you.
muchas
Thank you
gracias
very much
por la
for
presentación.
your presentation.
Por supuesto
Of
que
course,
estamos
it
interesados en
is,
la
we are
presentación que
very
nos
interested
acaba de
in the
hacer.
presentation that
Si
you have
puede
just done.
compartirnos como
If
para
you
que
can
nosotros
share with us
podamos
so that we may
organizar
be able
una
to
carpeta
organize
y
a
compartir
folder
con
and
los
share with
participantes
the
de la
participants of the
conferencia.
conference.
Y me gustaría dejar
And I would
abierto un
like to leave open
espacio
a
ahora
space
en este
now,
momento, unas, dos, tres
maybe 2 or 3
preguntas
questions
que quieran hacerle a la señora
that
Watanabe
you
relacionado a
might
esta
want to make to
herramienta
Ms. Watanabe
que ya
regarding this
existe hace
tool
un buen tiempo y la viene
that has been
validando,
operating
la
for
viene
a good time
profundizando,
now.
la
It has
viene
been validated,
modernizando, la
it
viene
has been
innovando y
modernized, it has
obviamente
been
una
innovated, and
herramienta muy
obviously
útil
this
para
is a
las
very useful tool
organizaciones
for
de
the
productores.
organizations of producers.
Sergio.
Aló. Gustaría de
I
saludarte.
would like to say hi to you. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I liked it. I am a sociologist. I work in market issues, and I would like to make you 2 questions regarding this job that you have done. What is the main problem that you have identified in the access to the markets on behalf of the producers? Can you identify one or two maybe? And the second question related to this is, do you work with any idea of different types of markets? Or if we talk about markets in general, or do you perceive that there are different types of markets? For example, we know that a basic distinction is between short supply chains and longer supply chains.
Ok,
How do you see this?
muchas gracias por la
Thank you
pregunta.
very much. Thank you very much for the question.
La sociología, pues
It is
mucho también se
in
trabaja y
sociology.
es
We also work a lot in
apasionante realmente que
this, and it
puedan
is really passionate
solucionarse varias
that we might be able to bring together
interrogantes y
several
dudas
different
académicas también.
kind
Bueno, voy a comenzar por la segunda
it's
pregunta,
something
es
that is
qué
very
tipos de
interesting.
mercado.
I'm going to begin by the second
El
question.
SHIP,
What type of markets? Okay.
una
The
de
ship
estas ideas es no hay que
is an idea that it's not
encasillar al
that we have to
agricultor solamente en un
put
mercado. El SHIP tiene que darle
a producer
las herramientas, pero sobre todo la oportunidad
limited
al
within one single
agricultor de
market. We have to
base
give
para que él
the
empiece a
base
descubrir
producer
varios
through the ship
canales de
so that he can
comercialización.
start discovering several channels for
Cuando los proyectos
channelization.
dicen ustedes
When the
producen
projects
y
say
desencontramos
you
el
produce and we
mercado, ahí
find
tienen la
the
tarea
market,
completa, larga,
you
corta,
have the
con
complete
intermediarios
task,
intermediamos
you can see make it shorter with a middleman. That's the biggest damage we can do because we continue on putting our rules, our visions, and imposing something that possibly is maybe sustainable in time, but now more than ever, we notice that the market is eternal, that it's a market that is going to offer us the best conditions. So as the producer himself starts to make the market study himself, it is fascinating. He becomes a passionate for the market. So we start looking for the markets to those places where the producers send firsthand, and that's where we have the products cheapest. And so we have a phenomena that later says, okay, let's see if we go and look for another market, more a neighborhood market, and that would be a second hand in which they have to select it by size, by ripeness, by type of seeds, for different types of conditions. And if we talk about the carrots, in the second hand, it's not the 12 centimeter carrot that has the biggest price, but it's the baby carrot. So maybe if we have a baseline, if some producer says, okay, I'm going to do it, and we're going to do it dedicated, there we are. So when we come to the second market, the product is immediately starting to think about other types of channels for communication. And that's where it is. So if we go to the state prisons and if we go to the military facilities, the facilitator has to have techniques and to see start receiving advisory. So there is no option to close and to give a concept that is very contained within a box of the market. The first question that has to be answered, what is the main price for the access to the market? When we talk about access to the market, we have the symmetry of the information. The producer does not have in many cases, in most of the cases, they don't have a lot of information from the market. Currently, we are making a small pilot in the locality of Acicaya. It's about 20 kilometers away from La Paz, the capital city. And there we have 400 women that produce only horticulture, which is the chickpeas and the carrot. And basically what they do is that when they finish the harvest, they grab their production from one single harvest, and automatically they take it in the morning, at 2 o'clock in the morning, to a first-hand market that is called Villa Dolores. What happens is impressive. They take the product, they drop it off, and they pick up the money. And it's like if they were running away, they're in no condition of making a conversation, of saying, talking about the prices, the qualities. No, none of that. And many times the people are the small producers are really very, with this thought really trenched deep in that the product that has been sent, it has to be received. And it might be a middleman that is not interested in giving a good price to the producer. It might be a kind of market that is, it might have the characteristics of a black market that is, they're not even going to give them conditions of food safety to the producer. So what we have to break down is this symmetry of the information to make them see that the producer has options. Was I able to answer your questions with satisfaction? Yes, thank you very much. Cesar. It is a pleasure to listen to your presentation. My name is Cesar Rodriguez. I work in INDAP. It's an organism that precisely has the purpose of generating services to the family producers, and it has programs that is also very much linked to the technical advisory and to the outreach services. And I have two questions. The first one is, have you been able to work on the economic value of the advisory, of that outreach? And let's put it into the next scenario. If there were no subsidies to the advisory or to the outreach, how much would you have to pay by the producers or the group of producers? That is the first doubt that in Chile we've had for many years now. That's the first thing. And the second thing, how do we measure the results? Let's say a function of production to be able to produce a determined food, and that a function of production has many variables and many elements. So therefore, how do we measure? How do we isolate the value that this advisory or that or that extension services has in the final value of the product? Think about the fact that when you measure, we have had the experience and we have been mistaken of measuring the value of the production. And in general, there is a lot of relationship with the market because of the junctions of the market, but not so because of the extension, of the outreach, sorry. So we have followed a second derivative there that is precisely the capacity of technological adoption. We say it's okay, the extension or the advisory, because it has been incorporating different innovations that we infer it could generate greater productivity or greater value of the final product. So these two questions, I have them because we have the doubt and we have not been able to answer ourselves with that. Thank you very much.
Ay, César, muchas gracias por difícil
Thank you.
pregunta.
Thank you very much for having answered that very difficult question. Very difficult indeed.
Con la respuesta
Now
para
I
la
am
segunda
going
pregunta, cómo
to
los
try and answer
resultados.
the second
El SHEP
question. Try and measure
mide
the
los
results.
progresos, los
The
procesos.
SHEP measures
Si el SHEP
the
mide
progress of
los
the
precios,
process.
la ganancia, el
If it
porcentaje,
measures
entonces nos
prices
ponemos en esta
and
situación de queremos
profit
medir
and
algo que realmente
percentages,
no está
we are get
dentro
in a
del área de
position
control de
in
una
a way
asistencia
of
técnica
trying
o un
to
programa.
control something that cannot be
Entonces,
controlled.
hay coyunturas ahora
So there is a linkage, there is a linkage, more now than ever due to monetary issues, because the situation is way more rigid due to the effects of climate change, and there is a multitude of things that just are out of the control of the project. So I do not have a definite answer, but from the SHEP point of view, we measure within the projects, we measure the knowledge, the doing and the being. So one thing it's the farmer have theoretical knowledge of, but we're looking to do these projects that is very discursive, because it's very nice to talk about SHEP because we continue to be a little bit extensionists. Knowing when doing, it's actually when we start checking the indicators. How are they compliant with the steps, and then the being between a SHEP farmer and a non-SHEP farmer, we can tell the difference. And when we can measure the processes, we're measuring the capabilities and how evolved is the change of the paradigm in farmers. So if there is a bad crop or a bad yield, the producer, the farmer, because we worked on autonomous decision makers, is not going to say to the extensionist, to engineer, you failed, because they made their decisions. So they call the practitioner and they ask, why are we not coming to the numbers we expected to have? That's the answer to your second question. The first question regarding the economic value of the technical assistance. I don't know. I don't know if I can have an answer for that. That's quite a question, because SHEP, we don't do an exercise to know how monetizing works, but we do understand that there are certain type of farmers that when they understand how it moves, what the market requests from them, and how they need to be trained, at one given moment, there are issues that are not paid for by the JICA project, and they say, how much do I have to invest? And in the very moment when that farmer, whether small or middle-sized, if it's not covered, it's already earned. That product went from knowing to doing to being shipped, and that's iconic. So we can actually see, especially in the cases of Africa, when they have when they have a capacity to save their savings, you need to see what small farmers are going to invest on. Because in many cases, in many of our contexts, the life conditions come with certain vices, of course. It should not be something that matters to us, but we shouldn't be accomplices in the situation where they got more money to get drunk or to have more vices, and that happens. That happens. So the problem start when the money comes in, when the money starts rolling in. But when you see farmers that when they get some extra little money, they see they can invest on, let's say, for example, a cell phone where they can contact the market, water pumps, when they start improving their quality of life, electricity, uh, maybe just maybe some wash initiatives and having just not latrines, but having a proper restroom. So the economic value of the technical assistance we have not really measured in our projects in terms of money, but we can see the impact. And we can see that at certain point, it would be very viable that the farmer uh, can invest a technical assistance. Uh, that would be a very well managed SHIP group. But very difficult, sir, question. We've got one last question, Mrs. Watanabe. Mr. Koto, please go right ahead. Introduce yourself. Hello, Mariko.
Hola, mi nombre es
My
Raúl
name
Soto.
is Raúl Soto.
Profesor asociado y
I'm an
director de negocios de
associated
la Universidad
professor and
Zamorano
director
en
of
Honduras.
agribusiness of the Zamorano University in Honduras.
He escuchado, me encantó tu presentación
I loved
sobre
your
un poco
presentation
del
first
modelo
off,
porque hay algunas
and I know a
personas en la
little
Universidad
bit
Zamorano que
of the
están
model
ya
because
participando
some of
en el
our
programa,
Zamorano students have been
viendo los tres
participating in your
elementos
training
que
sessions.
el modelo define la motivación
So I
y
understand
me
the three
encanta
criteria
que
with which the
reconozcan
model defines the
la
motivation,
importancia que tienen
and
las
it's
habilidades y las
important to
competencias humanas en
understand
el
the
proceso.
human capabilities
Pero
in the
mi pregunta
process.
específica
But my
es
specific question
cómo
is,
logran la consistencia longitudinal de la motivación de las personas
so
en ese entorno que
in
es tan
the
retador.
environment, how do you preserve motivation by the farmers? That's a very difficult question, Raúl. The motivation, how do you keep the drive? That's basically the question, right? So there are different ways of perceiving and understanding drive and motivation. From the psychological point of view, our first reference is always going to be there are three different types of motivation: autonomy, competitiveness, and connection. And when you see it, these three types of motivation, we have these questions. How do you make it sustainable through time? Right there and then, you have to think about the Maslow pyramid. Remember the Maslow pyramid. In the base of the pyramid, the BOP, when it comes to motivation, it's the broadest is where the needs are physiological. Everything that I do, my motivation is to just cover that physiological need: eating, sleeping, having dignified wash initiatives. As we go up in the pyramid, we are going to find that motivation becomes a little bit more narrow. But you have, for example, addiction to learning. Competitiveness is extremely addictive because very many times it's related somehow to rewards that you can achieve. So when we start talking about rewards at the brain level, we're talking about endorphins, for example. So we have to understand what the human brain likes, and it's a little bit in that area. In the top of the pyramid is the self-realization, and that's a product when people are so self-realized in which agriculture is no longer a livelihood. It's in what we call in Japan an ikigai, which is a raison d'être, a reason to live. So we ask the practitioners, they don't need to be super powerful psychologists, but they have to be really good facilitators because today what we need is a good coach. Thank you. Thank you for your participation, Mrs. Watanabe. Incredible amount of information. Thank you very much. Extremely useful too. So we are probably just going to delve deeper in this tool that ICAI has developed and has been implemented for a number of years now. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Mrs. Watanabe. Thank you. Good afternoon. And greetings from La Paz, 12,000 feet above sea level. Thank you. Thank you, folks. So we can continue now with our session. Number 2, young women and minorities in leadership and generational change in the organizations of farmers. Luis Marquez Villa, Mirta Castro Flores, technician of the Agro-Rural Project, Alfredo Añasco, representative of the Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organization, INOFO, and a nice greeting for Danilo Salerno. He is the regional director of the Cooperative of the Americas, and it has been mentioned this year we are celebrating the International Year of Cooperatives. So please, Luis, go right ahead.
Gracias, Mario.
Thank you, Mario.
A todos y todas. Vamos entonces empezar con nuestra
Let's
segunda sesión.
start with our second session.
Complementarmente,
I
invitar
would
a
like
Jorge
to
Pérez
invite
y este de la
Jorge
Inofo,
Perez,
que también
who
está
is from
con
INOFO,
nosotros
to please
para
join the
participar.
main panel
Es un
to
joven
be
de la
part of this
organización.
dialogue. It's a young man in this organization, and it's going to provide some complementary ideas to what Alfredo is going to present online. As Marty said, this session is to talk about the roles, challenges, importance of small farmers regarding women, indigenous people, generational change. When we designed this proposal, we thought of technicians and beneficiaries that are directly involved with the systems, and we asked them some triggering questions so they could think about their presentations and their approach to different issues. So we asked them initially, how would you describe the representation of women, youths, and minorities in the leadership of the FFOs of which you're part? Which factors contribute to the difference in representation, if there is such, in these groups? And third, which political factors would promote the interest of young people in the leadership of FFOs, of family farming organizations? And these three questions are going to provide the foundation for this reflection. I have the tremendous honor to give the floor to Mirta Castro Flores, whom I had the privilege to meet in the missions of Asar Rural, which is a project developed by FIDE in alliance or in partnership with the Peruvian government. Mirta is a very competent and very committed technician in the field of empowering women and youths. The project is the one that has the best rating of the entire world. A project that is extremely creative but very autonomous, that has come up with very creative tools in different areas around the world, specifically in Peru, that has so many different audiences. And Mirta is going to share straight out of that experience from this moment on forward. Thank you very much, Mirta. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the entire technical team of Avanza Rural and Agro Rural from the Ministry of Agriculture of Peru, which is now been implementing since 2020 the project named Avanza Rural. And now I'd like to speak on women, youths, and minorities in leadership and generational change in FFOs from the experience that we have managed from the implementation of gender and youth, led by me, but leading a group of facilitators of social inclusiveness as part of the Avanza Rural project. Maybe just as a reference, we are in 5 different regions in Peru, and we have addressed almost a little bit over 20,000 beneficiaries, amongst which 11,000 women, 8,000 males, and over almost 6,000 youths, both men and women. We have coffee, cuy, and milk, which are the ones that we're financing the most in this project. As I mentioned, I'm going to talk about this topic related to the strategy of gender and youth, which is a cross-cutting strategy. The project has 4 components, but the design suggested for this strategy to be cross-cutting and to be part of a specific component as to not provide a bias of the intervention and the outreach of the different organizations. So in that sense, we need to say that the strategy at some point was designed only to provide technical assistance to the organizations and zone group, which is a total of 10 groups that execute or implement this project. So throughout the activity in the project, we realized that strategy had to be adaptive. It had to be flexible to be able to be used by the different organizations in their context. And therefore, you're going to see that in 2021, the strategy was just a reference document of guidelines and tips. In 2022, there was an adaptation a second time that had to do with being a guide of processes and technical assistance. Not only did we pay visits to the different organizations and the zone teams, we also had to establish a route according to the needs and the interests of both groups. In 23 and 2024, our priority was to strengthen the organizations. I would like to mention a very specific event in this case that has to do with the fact of being a minister. All of these projects that have been implemented since development of agro development and irrigation, These has been projects targeted mostly as natural resources and commercial development, but we didn't realize how important it was to work providing sustainability to organizational strengthening. So we would call upon organizations that could have been formed for many years or very young organizations, but these organizations didn't quite understand or were not aware about how important it was to own the role of partnerships they had within them. So, with the presence of the team, what we managed to do is having this as a priority, organizational strengthening, and having a more holistic point of view in what we mentioned already, the rural talents. Well, not always we are thinking about the rural talents of specific areas. We like to pay them visits because we actually bring them to a vision that is not individual but more holistic. In 2025, which is the last year that the project is being implemented, what we are generating from the gender strategy is the transfer of all methodologies that have been developed for the implementation and also some sustainability strategies with a focus on gender and interculturality to ensure all of these processes of inclusiveness that the project has created when it comes to all of these components, for example, natural resources, business plans, commercialization, financial services, knowledge management. As a background, before we get to the very tools and the entire process, I just wanted to mention all of the different the background that we had in the project promoted the quota of women and youths as a requirement in the organizations for their plans to be financed. In that context, we had organizations that already had a quota that was being requested, as well as creation of organizations just driving forward the integration of women and youths. So the FFOs were mostly replaced the by the parents, by the father, or maybe just the spouses. And the youth were being part of the organizations, but were not in the rural area. They were mostly just working outside, and the steering committees of the organizations in most cases were led by men, but not only because that was their position, but there were men that had used the position or that had taken the position, and but the leaders were now a woman, and men were just simply saying, I will lead it because based on my experience, and they would just exclude the steering committee. So we do provide financing for the business plan, and we established in a contract that they had to create a purchasing committee or an acquisitions committee to make sure that the purchasing of goods and the contracting of services would be made in a transparent manner. So there was a conflict of interest, and the presidents and treasurers did assume the COMAT, and when they did provide the quotes very many times, they would approve those hiring and those sales. And there was, of course, supplantation of different roles. If they were not members of the command, they would simply violate the bylaws just to control the resources. Based on that, we have developed actions that I am sharing in a general manner today. But before I forget, all of these strategies, the tools, processes, guides, we have it in a complete documentation, but we also have a guide so that any other information can use this. As one first action in this framework is the following. We started as part of social inclusiveness. We created an organizational development vision in 3 levels. First of all, the technical level, then the vendors, and the focal group. So we did provide accompanying for zone offices, not only training at the offices, but there was a time in which we were incredibly available so we could share with them on the field. We would visit each office for a week or 3 or 4 times every year. And then, just for you to have an idea of what the organizational dynamic was, we started applying a focal group. Focus group for which we have a guide that allowed us to identify the compliance of the roles and the different tasks, and also reducing the turnover rate in women. We would visit personally the different organizations, and then we would train them on what to use after the comat. And basically, just because of cultural traits that they have in organizations, that there is no problem whatsoever if the lead is a male, and then the female says, well, they told me I can sign up and my husband can participate. And when I told them that the project would demand the men and women that were part of the organization to actually own the entire process that was going to happen in the entire organization, they had to rethink their participation and their engagement in the organization. So they reduced the turnover rate, and in the minute meetings of the general assemblies, they would actually be asked for a date as of when they could just replace or take their place. In some places, that was reduced to 0, but in some others, it remains up to this day. But of course, it's a little smaller of an initiative right now. And what's really important is having an organizational development workshop focused on gender issues. We started that workshop so these women and youths were able to understand why we were training youths and women. As part of the process, action number 2, we have the Committee of Good and Services Acquisition. The measure we implemented is the integration of women without a position in the steering committee. So we changed that from the moment in which there was a conflict of interest and usurpation of functions. The committees had to be integrated by women and youths that had no positions. They would get quotes, but they also make decisions on what's going to be purchased and the staff that was going to be hired. And that developed a lot of capacities in decision-making processes before the board. What are the results? Were greater trust in the steering committee, because the steering committee is the one that makes the decision. There is a conflict reduction, greater transparency, and there is a greater appreciation of women's skills because it's women that are members of these steering committees. Last week we had a publication of this systemization of the project. So we invite you to visit this link and download all the learning that these organizations have provided for us in this process. And here are just some pictures. We have a comment reviewing CVs for some applicants. Action 3, which it's action 3 in this case, but I also want to talk about this as a lesson learned. Avanza Rural did not contemplate the hiring of inclusiveness position, just myself, which is a specialist of gender and youth. But on the field, we learned that we really needed a special team to provide support to the territorial teams and the organizations. We conducted a pilot and we hired 2 facilitators in a semester, 2 more in the second semester, and then we did an assessment what happens with the territories that did have facilitators and what happened with those territories that didn't have a facilitator. And we did an assessment with the zone groups, and that allowed us to realize the need and the impact that we were having. So for 2023, we hired a facilitator per office, per zone office, and with them we were able to implement the following programs: the leadership program, the holistic program of organizational strengthening, and workshops according to FFOs. The leadership program allowed to provide awareness, to raise awareness on women's leadership and create a little bit more capacities for leadership of women and start with the dialogue within the organizations, and holistic organizational strengthening program for which we provided a very brief systemization last year. And something that was quite revealing for us as the team is that many of the organizations mentioned that the experience of this program had been based mostly on their ability to socialize. Many of them, it was the first time for them that they were part of an organization in a collaborative work manner, and that within these spaces that they can actually improve their socialization levels, earn more trust. We'll talk a little bit more about collaborative work. And something that was very, very impactful for us is that this program, because of the tools that were provided, had impacted at the family level. Women that were interviewed told us, and I'm just going to say quote unquote, quote to say, before, if there was a problem at home, I wouldn't solve them immediately. It would just go 1 or 2 months because I didn't have the ability to sit down with my spouse and address the issues. But with the program, I do have the tools now that allow me to dialogue, to negotiate, and there was a reduction of domestic violence cases. We did learn about women, leading women that reduced violence. And in the case of the youths, they told us that they learned to socialize with adults and reduce resistance when talking to their parents.
Then the workshops, according to the situation of OPPs, we had workshops of masculinity where we have seen that it was majorly unequal treatment within the leader organizations that belong to the organizations, but that at the same time they are within the community roles, like in Peru, where we have the president rounds. They were telling us to give workshops of masculinity, prevention of violence, resolution of conflicts, and decision making. In regard to the rural talents, it is a strategy that we, beyond an activity, we are indicating it as a mean for sustainability. The zonal teams come together, they identify under a template of criteria the rural talents of the different areas of the project, and to all of them, they made prepared in 2 spaces, especially in the facilitation of change facilitators, where mainly we generate actions so that they might be able to have the tools to be able to repeat the learnings within their organization. And we also have the committee of equalness and environment, who are them that mainly incorporate them. They are incorporated into these committees, and We have also the training for the service providers, and where we tell them we make them share spaces along with the professionals that they hire within their organizations. And there with the vendors, we have also done a very interesting job. We have transferred a lot of methodologies, and a very important result has been that now everything that they are taking to the organization, everything has an effect of learning and action. And the organizational strengthening plans that also are received by the organizations, we lead it from the team of inclusion, and we have generated this plan to really come close to the needs of the organizations, that it has to be a response to their needs and not simply an instrument that adjusts to their budget. That has been the most significant change. And as a result, we use a methodology that allows us to generate the learning in people with instruction and with training, and also with people that are illiterate, that has had an influence on family relationships. The vendors of these families have changed their vision and their way of intervening. Our rural talents make the reputation with a methodology, and we also have rural talents with an integral view on matter related to gender and equalness. And as a listen learn, as I mentioned, it is important to have a team that will take charge directly of the social aspects, to look at the organizational strengthening as a mechanism to make a level the matter of gender, incorporating the matter of gender to that of financial services and activities of the management of the knowledge. And something that is now become a measure for sustainability that is very important is that we have two networks of vendors, service providers, sorry, that are the professionals that are hired by the organizations to fulfill the business plan, that are receiving all the transfer of the methodologies, because they, at the end of the project, are the professionals that will remain within the territory to continue on providing their services to the organizations. So we have transferred everything. Now we work very close with them, so that the organizations that are financed by other funds, like Procombid and Agrovia IBEA, can continue on counting with those funds, and we can continue on having the continuity of the process. That would be all on my part. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mirza. Very inspirational, and to see that you have carried out a very good program for the organizations of women and youth, and it demonstrates the importance that the programs and that the interventions that are designed for organizations of small producers should not forget about this element of this view of organizational strengthening. Because while all this was developing, the project guaranteed the investment with more than 1,200 business plans as a part of the investments in physical files and technical assistance and merchandising continued on in parallel with these actions, very important actions. And we mentioned the committees of innovation and also the work with vendors. It seems to me that these are innovative elements that are very interesting. And since this is a job of conviction, the beneficiaries and the communities can perceive the benefits. Okay, now we go on to the presentation by Alfredo Añasco, who is the representative of NOFO, which is the Intercontinental Network of Organizations of Organic Producers. He is online with us, Fred, I think.
A ver si Alfredo está con nosotros.
Let's see if Alfredo is with us online.
No?
No?
Ok, entonces vamos a Danilo mientras
So
vemos qué pasó
we're going
con
to see we're going to continue on while we see
Entonces,
what happened with Alfredo.
doy ahora la
And now
palabra a Danilo
we give
Saavedra,
the
que es
floor to
director
Danilo
regional
Saavedra, who is a
de la
regional
Cooperación de
director
las
of the
Américas, Alianza
Cooperative of the
Cooperativa Internacional.
Americas,
Danilo,
the
gracias por su
International
participación.
Cooperative Alliance. Danilo, thank you very much for your participation. Thanks to all of you, the organizers, and the co-hosts, and to all the colleagues. Congratulations for your presentation. Obviously, very attentive with all the parts that we have contact in. I regret deeply not being able to be in Costa Rica, but I had to move to Chile already, where the next Monday and Tuesday we're going to have the first events of the calendar of the national agenda of the cooperatives here in the capital. I, as you can imagine, I'm going to try to deal with these topics that have been assigned under the focus of cooperativism, and especially trying to present some of the characteristics of our organizations with more than 94 organizations from 24 countries of the Americas. If we want to understand them, and at an international level in our headquarters globally, this represents that cooperativism since 1985, and today it associates more than 300 organizations, 105 countries of the world, and it seemed one of the organizations that characterizes with its foundation for being an organization dedicated, globally the only one dedicated to the movement of the cooperatives, and its defense is everything. This year, I am very appreciative to all the intergovernmental organisms, international organisms of the multilateralism that are accompanying us in the International Year of Cooperativism. These are the four topics that I'm going to deal with very quickly in my presentation. But as I said, pointing out some contributions to be able to answer the questions of from the land, with the people, within the conversations with the people that you will see, that will help us reflect on the limiting capacities of involving beneficiaries and of having a leadership, leader women and young leaders in cooperativism, in the cooperative movement, so that we can not only have the generational exchange, but also to hear their voices, their points of view, to a certain level to be able to benefit the whole organization. And then we make small contributions to the product of this conference. It is good to remember. It's good to remember that I was remembering the associated dimension. The associated dimension for the putting into movement the solutions for common problems, to find better improvements in the lives of the people, to cause improvements in the life of the people through collective actions, organizational collective actions, taking advantage of the scales that this allows us to have a greater capacity, not only of access to the market, but also of creating and benefiting from the service, like the topic of consortiums and the cooperatives, but especially to advocate for influence, so that there might be an environment that is favorable, so that the cooperatives might be able to work and they might continue on being, and it has been demonstrated in very recent studies we published that we published, and thanks to CEPAL and others, that and CLAC, sorry, so that we might have other different indicators that demonstrates in this study where those countries in which we have a system, an environment, where there are public policies that are favorable to the cooperative movements. The cooperatives not only are more resilient and stronger to all the disruptive changes that come from abroad, but also because of the internal dynamics of the governance, and therefore be able to respond in a better way, more resilient to things like we did during the pandemic, for example, not only in the ministries of health, but also in the places where there was supply to be done in the ports where the things were open. And they wanted to see if we could only find only the permits, but for the medications that are necessary for thousands of people to be able to survive. And obviously, the products that were found at that moment are based on cooperative and family production. This is important in the countries of the Americas. So, the cooperative movement that, as we say, came together and to face the economic needs and cultural needs as a controlled, economic controlled the movement. And we take this, the movement of the Americas, and given the society that is behind, because this is the tools and spaces that are dedicated, we have this that is the regional committees and sectorial committees and thematic from several sectors in which the consumption of the free credits and the for housing, and obviously, which is the space dedicated to the youth cooperative movements. And this is matters related to gender. All these committees work advising and contributing to the decision making of the cooperative movement of the Americas. And this, of course, is their own agenda. And all this helps to work and create the cooperative through products, services, and as an ally, and obviously with training, preparation into technique to all the members, but also in an expanded manner to the community when we are enjoying these specific initiatives. I want to remind you the year of the cooperatives movement. What is the idea that this has? Because of the knowledge of our contributions, this is one of the big stakeholders along with you, where the partners and the conscious, all the workers, they work and they leave the contributions to the 2030 agenda, but this is a way in which the 2030 agenda has remembered this international agreement, and the agenda for development of Addis Ababa that is now going to be renewed with a conference in Seville. They make mention of the importance of the cooperativism and of the agriculture based on cooperativism and family members to the food safety. And this is something that is important to see how all of you, our stakeholders that are there represented, we have collaborated directly with GAF and dialogued with a bid, but these are measures that the government's put into operation for the cooperative movements, both agriculture and livestock, but this makes it be the first time in the history, and it is mentioned specifically, as we say here, the contribution to the communities, to the economic communities, to the local communities, including the vulnerable people, the women, the youth, the people of age, the people for the inclusion and the eradication of poverty and hunger at a global level.
Hemos montado un comité regional de las partes para la internacional para articular de lo
We're going to
regional
set
y
up
los
a
territorios
regional
para
committee
multiplicar
for
con ese
decision
impacto.
makers
Y
to
acá
multiply the
agradeciendo
impact
realmente a todos aquellos de
and we
ustedes
thank
que
all of you
participan en este
who
comité para
have made
empezar
this committee
activamente a
possible, that
fabricación de
participate actively
investigación, de
in the research
incidencia,
and
de
the
herramientas,
incidents
de
and
actividades
tools
en los países
and in
para que el
activities in the country
cooperativismo
so that the
se
cooperatism
conozca
it
y
might be
sea
known
seguro.
and might
Hemos
come
creado
out successful. We have
cuatro
created
eventos más el último
for
de
another
lanzamiento que el
events
primero va a ser
apart from the
presencial
launching
dedicado
event
al sector
that the first is going to be next week,
territorial, el segundo la
the
famosa
territorial,
cooperativa
and
para
then
la
the
calidad
second
del
is the
cuidado, el tercero el desafío para
agenda for
la primera
2030
generación
and
y
the
el cuarto
education.
para la economía del cuidado. Y ahora para empezar a responder a
And
las
now
preguntas,
to
la
start answering to the
caracterización de las
questions.
organizaciones
The characterization of the organizations
con enfoque, llamémoslo así,
with a focus
cooperativo en América Latina
on
y el
cooperative
Caribe.
in Latin America and the
Los datos
Caribbean.
agregados que
The
ustedes
data
van a
that has been
poder
added,
presentar acá, porque
I'm not going to present it here
el martes en el
because they
curso
are
que
going to
vamos
be
a dar
presented on Tuesday during
en
our main
Santiago de
event
Chile, a través de una investigación
in
que hemos
Chile, and it's going to be through an
realizado y
investigation
redactado con los
that we
fondos
will
de las
have executed
cooperativas
with the funds of the
del
cooperatives
Comité Mundial de Cooperativas
of the
Agropecuarias
World Movement of
y el
Cooperatives,
conjunto de la redacción del
Agriculture and
Departamento
Livestock, and
Regional de Cooperativas
the fund
Agropecuarias de Cooperativas de las Américas.
and the
Ahí
Cooperative
tenemos
of the
datos
Americas. There we
interesantes que
have
hablan más
a
de
very important data
14.000
from
cooperativas
more than
agropecuarias con
14,000
su base
agricultural
social,
livestock
la persona
cooperatives,
representada,
the people that
el
are
desempleo
represented
generado y su actividad
and
que
that have generated the
va más
activity
allá
that
del
goes
sector
beyond
agropecuario en sí, sino que estamos
the
viendo que
agriculture
mucho más
sector itself, but
abarca
we are seeing
mucho
that more and more
más del
this
consumo y del consumo.
model
Pero sí quiero presentarlo dos
has
casos,
to be
realmente.
taken done with care. And
Lo
I
hice
want to
para
present two
enfatizar
cases.
que
And I do this to
desde la
emphasize
organización de
that
pequeños
from the
productores
organization of small
y
producers
entidades de
and entities,
negocio
business entities,
familiares, se puede
family
llegar
business
o se ha
entities, that we can
llegado a lo
come
largo del tiempo
or
a
we have
grandes
come
escalas
to
importantes,
a
trabajo en
very
algunas
important
cooperativas de nuestra región, la más grande de
situations
todas,
that cooperatives do in our
en el
region
sector agropecuario o
in the
dialogando para
agriculture
dialogar.
and livestock
Es el
sector or
caso del
dialoguing
cooperativismo
worldwide.
brasileño, por
This
ejemplo, la
is the case of
OCDE,
the
el
Brazilian
informe OCDE y
cooperativism. For
OECD,
example, the Oak Day,
que con 9 millones de
the OECD, where we
millones
think
de
that
mujeres
with 9 million
representa
women,
al 41%
it
de la
represents
producción en el
41% of the
cooperativismo en Brasil
women in
y
cooperativism in
el
Brazil
50% de los
and
empleos
50% of the
son
employment um,
de mujeres
are
en esta
of women
organización, en nuestra
in these
organización sede
organizations.
en Brasil,
In our
y el el
head
23% de
organization in
los
Brazil, and
cargos de alta
23% of the
gerencia ocupados
cases
por mujeres. Entonces,
of
el
high
tema de la
management
mujer
is
se vuelve un
occupied
tema
by
central del
women.
desarrollo de
So
feminismo.
we see that
Y
cooperativism
hablando del
is a core
cooperativismo
center
brasileño
for
y
action
mirando el panorama
and looking at
agropecuario,
the
con más de 1 millón de productores
agricultural
asociados,
scope with more
de
than
los
1
cuales
million associates, of
71%
which
son agricultores
71%
familiares
are the family
y el
structures
53% de la
and
cosecha nacional de
53% of
granos.
the
El
national crop
cooperativismo
of
agropecuario
grains.
brasileño
The agriculture
aporta al
sector
75% de las
contributes to
cadenas productivas
75%
del
of
trigo,
the
al
productive chain
75% del
of
café,
wheat,
al
50%
50%
of
del
coffee,
maíz, de la soya,
of
52%,
20%
de
of
los granos
coffee,
altos
of
equivocados,
soy,
al
23%. This data
50%
that have been expressed here,
de lo
and
que
50%
es la parte
of
de producción de
what is
cerdo,
the part of
27% de aves,
production of
63%
hogs,
de frijoles
and
y Brasil también
20% of
tiene un
beans
índice muy alto.
and
En
so forth in other
cambio,
sectors.
no
On the
solamente
contrary,
al sistema agroalimentario, sino que hay una
not only the
preocupación
agro-food
muy
systems, but
activa por todo lo
also
que es,
a
digamos,
very active
el desarrollo
participation in everything that has
sostenible
to do with
y
a
se ha
sustainable
producido desde Brasil un manifiesto muy
production. And we have
interesante
produced
con
from Brazil
énfasis
a
en
very interesting
seguridad
manifestation
alimentaria,
with an interest
con
in
énfasis
food
en lo que
safety,
es
with an emphasis
crear
on
valor
what
para
they did to create
enfrentar
value
para
to
todo lo
face
que es el financiamiento de energías
the
renovables,
financing of
para todo lo
renewable
que es
energies
la transición
for everything
energética,
that
la
has to do with the energy
bioeconomía
transition,
y la
the
adaptación a la
economy, and the
crisis
adaptation
de riesgo
to
climático.
everything that
Y el
has to do with the
manifiesto muy
climate
importante que se
change.
va
A very
a
important
presentar en
statement
la
that is going to be
COP30
presented in the
en Río de
COP30
Janeiro,
this year in Belém,
en Brasil.
Paraná, in Brazil.
Otro ejemplo es de
Another
ecosistema,
example is
nuevamente,
of the
productores
ecosystem,
de
once again, the
base, agricultores
producers,
de base, agricultores
base
familiares,
producers,
asociados
family
a
structure
escalas,
associated
han creado lo que
to
se
this
llama la
scale
marca argentina, Asociación de
that
Productores
is
Argentina,
today
y a partir de ahí
Argentina,
un
and based on that,
ecosistema
an
empresarial
ecosystem,
en el
family
territorio
ecosystem,
argentino
or
que
corporate
trabaja con
ecosystem in
aseguradoras, con banco de salud, con
Argentine
centros de
territory
salud,
that
con
works with a
recursos
cooperative
humanos, y no solamente eso,
system of
pero
health,
una fundación para todo lo que es
and
esa
it's a
manera de la
topic that
identidad cooperativa.
we have for the cooperative movement. They bring together more than, they have been bringing for more than 125 years, 140 agricultural and livestock cooperatives of the Argentina sector. And it is distributed throughout the 24 provinces of Argentina. And they have a whole line for the production of bioethanol, or they can even go to the field that can see the prices and the prices of the commodities, how they vary at an international global level. Okay, so we have 4 ports. They have their 4 offices. These are, look at the example of what the cooperativism might be from the organized from the family condition to coming to a scale that is much greater at the international level. But here, the issue of the representation of induction and the leadership that was left. There are, I am very proud to mention here, annual initiatives to be able to see in all the countries what it is, the great contribution that the women roles has done in many of the countries. There are initiatives that have been done in Brazil. Also, a study that was done in 2023 regarding the role and the contribution of women in the cooperative movements and rural cooperatives. That is something that was very interesting. This is a case of the CAF Uruguay that also points out that there are thousands of histories in which the women have performed in all the places, all the way from the chair, and in all the places, not only in production, but the cooperative movement since they were girls. This is the way it has been presented. And here, once again, I would like to demonstrate what is 2 stories directly of who is on the field, and that I gave you the audio. I hope you, Michael has come to this, and now I'm going to show it here on the screen with Florencia Dona.
No, no escutamos, Danilo.
No, we can't hear the audio, Danilo. Sorry.
¿No lo escuchan?
No. Can't you hear it? No, not yet.
Podemos ver lo que pasa y después de la otra presentación.
Can we see it maybe after the next presentation? Maybe if we have some time.
Y medianos productores, como son los vinculados a AFA. Esta realidad de que las mujeres están subrepresentadas, entiendo, no es
the woman is underrepresented is not a problem and an objective only of AFA. It is a macro topic for the development of the rural, and it has many components. In Argentina, the rural work has always been linked to the masculine work. And in that model, we have taken the representation because of the assistance to the organization of small producers, of denying the woman, of dedicating the woman to household chores, education, defense of the family, and therefore this has favored the leadership and the participation of the male in detriment of the woman. And apart from that, there have been methodologies, adequate methodologies, admitted to incorporate the incorporation of women in the organization of small producers. It is a topic of great sensitivity, and it deserves all the way from the motivation, the preparation, and the education, methodologies with certain specificity. And from the concrete experiences and current experiences, I recognize and identify in the framework of AFA, the participation of women has been successful, and it's potentiating the regional development. Likewise, when there are conflicts within the organization of producers or within the core of the agricultural livestock families, the participation of women is contributive to a positive solution. And AFA, apart from working on a better conceptualization of the theoretical framework to understand the dynamic of the rural participation, we're going to let the program preparation for women through the groups of women, AFA,
un
through
gran
the
trabajo
AFA
social.
group of women who
Mujeres
also,
AFA constituye un
apart
espacio
from
de
that, determine
formación, de participación,
a
de
constitute a work
preparación y
area.
liderazgo.
And so women,
Participan en
they
las
have
asambleas
a
de la
participation in
cooperativa,
leadership. They participate in
presentan
the
informes,
assemblies of
críticas,
the cooperative.
propuestas,
They present reports and
integran el Consejo de
they
Administración de
integrate
la
the
Fundación
board of
AFA.
councils of the AFA
Esta tarea permanente se rige
organization.
institucionalmente
This task
desde
continues being
el Consejo de
institutionally
Administración de la
from the
Cooperativa
Institute of
y desde la Fundación AFA.
Cooperation and from
Y
the
se
AFA
aportan
Foundation.
importantes recursos
And it has
técnicos,
important technical
metodológicos y
resources,
obviamente
methodological,
financieros
and
para
obviously
lograr la
financial,
mejor
so that we can
participación de la
achieve
mujer
a
en la
better participation
cooperativa.
of the woman in the
Esto en el marco de nuestra
cooperative movement.
cooperativa,
This
sin
within our
desconocer
cooperative,
que existen
without
innumerables
leaving aside and,
experiencias en otro tipo de
disregarding that there are
organizaciones de pequeños
uncountable
productores.
experiences in other organizations of small producers. This was, I would like to propose very briefly that we can also see two young persons, who are witnesses of Lucia Lula, from ACA Youth. It's a very interesting message that she has. So, so I'm going to try to project it from here. Sorry about this. And
Here it is. The president of the youth president of the Association of Argentine Cooperations, ACAFE, and I'm also I have a license on social work. Why women and youths are underrepresented in leadership? And it seems to me fundamental to not talk about vulnerability. I believe that today youths and women are not passive and vulnerable. I believe we have become empowered. We have certain activities, taking roles that are active within the community and the agricultural industry. There is a lot of work to do, and there is a lot of things that we can do. But when it comes to leadership, I believe we are well on the way to achieve these things. So we said that you cannot leave, you cannot improve. So I believe it's fundamental to measure all of this progress. And that's why I have the results of the census, the agricultural census that was conducted here in Argentina, in which women are taking 7% of all the leadership, so 20% of agriculture, 26 of the work done in this production, agricultural production. It might seem small numbers, but it talks about progress. It talks about how these numbers have grown. Women and youths today, through history, was men who took these positions, political positions that made decisions. It is today women and youths that are actually part of this, of making decisions in leadership positions. Not to judge history, but in the sense, we are doing things now to revert this situation so that we're no longer vulnerable, no longer are we underrepresented, but that we have a spot on the table where decisions are made. So it's important today that the agricultural sector, it's not only sitting down at the table and having a conversation, or maybe out in the field, but agricultural production implicates a lot of different roles in which we need the involvement and engagement of many youths and many women that would like to work in here. We're talking marketing, human resources. It is absolutely necessary to open our eyes, being able to engage more people, because we will benefit more people, the agricultural production. We will increase our social well-being, our sustainability. So sincerely, I can see benefits all over, through and through. And it's not only about being based on how things were done before, but now we can talk about things that we can change, their people, their positions that we can take, and start walking and that way. So, open your eyes, Lula says. And having said that, what I mean to say is that starting a way of working to benefit not only the stakeholders but the community through partnerships is what our goal is in Cooperativa Las Americas. So the data that we are analyzing here, it might seem, of course, we cannot talk about a trend, but it would seem that in this region, this region could be the only one that's going to achieve these objectives. In the school cooperatives, in the cafeterias of the schools, in summer campaigns for 2026 regarding nutritional health issues. So we have dedicated an event on how the cooperative can finance objectives of 2030 objectives and the SODs. And we are going to be paying close attention. They're invited to this conference because the cooperative in some areas, in some countries, based on the example that have been provided, they can leverage resources to escalate or to scale up projects. And the agro sector that has to do with consumption is evidently has a lot of potential because cooperativism does have a good part of the assets of the financial assets in the national system. And finally, what we're doing here is the cooperative so that we can create a linkage in 2026, which is International Year of Women, so that we can map an objective in this conference. Hopefully, beyond the conference and the objective that you have proposed, maybe just considering and broadening the scope of all the cooperative practices regarding women in the rural context. Thank you very much, and sorry if it's taken a little bit longer than I thought.
Danilo, muchísimas gracias por nos presentar.
Danilo, thank you very much for your presentation, all of these important initiatives of the Cooperative of the Americas, this regional political advocacy initiative, the set of drivers that are fundamental evidence to design programs and public policies that actually come to show that public programs, there is no way not to have a cross-cutting axis. And indicators are extremely important, and we have to move forward with this approach. Now, let me give the floor to Alfredo Añasco, who is now connected. Is the representative of INOFU, who is going to talk on his experience. Alfredo, due to time constraints, please 15-20 minute stops so that we can have some time for Q&A. Thank you, folks. Very well. Thank you very much. My most cordial greetings to everybody there. My presentation is named Small Producers in Colombia, a perspective from small-scale producers or small-scale farmers. I'm a small-scale farmer, so my perspective is from our experience as workers, small-scale farmers, as a member of various organizations here in Colombia. And therefore, I wanted to start off by providing a little bit of information on how the country is, because I believe it's important. So please, next slide. Well, and I will try and be very quick. It's very important to provide some context because Colombia is a big country and has a very high potential for agricultural and livestock production, but due to a lot of political and economic reasons, that land has not been taken advantage of, mostly not by small-scale farmers. Access to land is very important. There is a very high inequality in Colombia because over 80% of the land is in the hands of 1% of very large landowners. And that affects all the programs, all the processes that want to be done in benefit of small-scale farmers. We have a very great human potential because according to stats, there is a very good assessment, national assessment, because agricultural and peasantry has actually not been taken into account in the history of this country, but we're talking about 5.4 million peasants or farmers and, and about 1.6 indigenous peoples in the country. So this is to work, but it all depends on how you provide support for that human potential, because if there are no conditions, so we can't show. And this is what we decided from the organizations. A little bit of data on what this land looks like. Livestock is for 21 million hectares, and there is only about 35,700 hectares of actually here. It's very low production, and then some single crops, and a lot of single crops, mostly for exports. This is not for production of the country. There is a lot of agriculture that was lost after the 90s when we started doing free trade agreements. So 877,000 hectares in coffee, 500,000 hectares in African palm, 470,000 species that are not tropical species, 230,000 of sugarcane. This is the area where I am located with a small farm that I'm going to show you. And it is in this area where the best area to do agriculture is dedicated to the single production of sugarcane. We do have some sugar mills, and there is good water here, but the area is completely overtaken by the crops of sugarcane, and therefore no other crops can be produced here. And then we also have single production of banana. So out of the almost 22 million hectares, only 8 million hectares are being used, and a lot of that is being used in these type of single crops. Now I would like to bring some food for thought. In Colombia, there's always been something we call the agricultural and livestock sector, and it is confirmed by big groups in the sector. Precisely what we just saw: big livestock, big sugar mills, big companies, and we've always talked about big companies winning in this industry that have had an open channel of communication with the government. I need to say that we are in a transition period now, but there's always been resources, there's always been open channels of communication, there's always been subsidies for the big producers, but for small scale farmers have always been neglected. So I'm going to be talking about that a little bit because I'm trying to put my finger on that and somehow denounce that, because that potential is out there on the field. There is a potential of organizations that have been self-built with processes in each of the regions in this country, and there is a great potential there that should be taken into account, that has not been taken into account. We're barely starting to acknowledge that there is peasantry in Colombia, or small-scale farmers, smallholders. Next, please. So I need here just provide some information on what my position is. So we have the agroecological farm Pura Vida. It's a family farming, and it's called Pura Vida because I did work in Costa Rica for 5 years, and when I came back, we decided to call it Pura Vida in honor of Costa Rica. It's a family farm. It's agroecological farm, but we're also part of a local organization here where we are, which is called Caoba, which is there are about 40 families, but we also are part of the local market, which is called Corazón del Valle in Tuluá, where we are about 104 families in that farmers market. But we're also, ever since 2008, we're also part of the network of agroecological markets, small producers in Valle del Cauca. It's about 570 families. So that's why we're talking about the grassroots or organizations, and we're also part of the national network of family farming, RENAF, and that is doing a little bit more of political advocacy, and also a community network of Agricultures for Life and Corporation Teresa, which is three big groups that gather a lot of organizations, and that's why I'm saying there is a big potential because these organizations usually have no support by the government or any government organizations. So we're part of MILA, and I am here basically because I am part of a situation that presented itself a couple of years ago. And I was appointed as the representative of the Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, INOFO. Due to the fact that I am a member of this network, I had the possibility of speaking up on behalf of small-scale farmers that do not have the opportunity to attend to this type of events. So that's why I'm here, because Inofo had that invite to this event. Unfortunately, I was not able to travel, but I'm trying to provide all of the information you guys have in this meeting to all of these organizations. So next. So I need to talk about the fact that this is our organization, the Agroecological Network of Farming Markets in Valle del Cauca and the Cauca Valley. So we are providing assistance for a lot of farmers market. It's a very old custom here in Colombia. There used to be small markets in all of the main squares in every little town, and then we had an initiative for agroecological markets and farming. And we had these groups which would attend these groups in different municipalities, and we started gathering together, and we created this organization which is called the Red of Agroecological Farming Markets in the Valley of Cauca. So as I said, this is something that we did it ourselves, that we were able to achieve important objectives. First of all, the first system of guarantee participation. For example, Brazil had done that, and some countries we did review some literature in systems of participatory systems of guarantees. Right now, there's 21 markets associated in 15 local government. It's a regional organization, and we do have a group of youths in the network. About 5-6 years ago, we saw that we were all well-aged, and we started taking concern or taking an issue in the lack of youths. So we've made an effort in the last 5-6 years in order to incorporate more youths. And there's this university that I went to. I am an agronomist engineer, and I have learned ecology, and with them and some other organizations that we made partners with, we have created a group of youths that at this moment maybe they do have their own dynamic to have a resource to do some work that's been done with other youths from different high schools in rural areas here in this zone. This is something that without having any resources, without having any major support other than just our own effort of the volunteers in the network, we have done some work with youths in our organization and helping youths from other organizations because it's one of the problems that we have. Because the rural areas have no youths. A lot of youths have just left, and our steering committee right now, the steering board, has been conformed by women mostly, and over 50, 60% of the partners in the network, and mostly people that go to the markets that sell products in the markets are women. So that's an element that, without having any statistics, we are simply just small scale farmers. But the issue of women and youths is highly visible for us, mostly amongst those of us that do agroecology, those that are concerned with food sovereignty. I believe that engaging women is absolutely important. We've been working with seeds. We are training people in seed stewardship initiatives. We do have community houses of seeds. Our heads are mostly just repositories of seeds that are freely interchanged in all over the place. And right now, we have something that is well recognized in the region, which is beams, that we call it, agroecological beams, which complies with most of the principles of agroecology, and these are being followed as models. And we do that. We do provide guidance. We do provide tips. We raise awareness regarding agroecology. Next, please. So these are some pictures. So what has really brought us together as a network of markets, and there are many other networks in the country that are actually promoting the short cycle markets because we live in a country in which most of the products are imported. So from our practice, from our experience to have local markets so that the small scale farmers can do not have to drive a long distance in order to offer their products in a local market. So we have a program called the friendly consumer, because the person that comes to buy in the market is a person that has been educated in healthy eating and healthy living. So that's very important for us. So we are an organization that has no government support whatsoever. So because I was able to see all of the different organizations, everybody talks about their work groups, and I believe it's important. There's a lot that can be done. We are extremely constrained because we don't have those resources. We have been working with volunteers ever since 2009. We have had some solidarity grants from the international community. There is an organization from France that helps us from 2014, and we have had some very small projects in the latest years that will help us strengthen the markets. But we still have not been able to overcome the transfer straight from the farms. So we meet once a month in a very central spot, and that does mean that we do have some expenses and transport and food and board. So, and that's limitations that we have to deal with. So, and we do raise our voice, lift up our voices in case somebody would like to help in this case. We do need sites, for example, that will allow us to to have these meetings. Sometimes we are evicted from public squares and public parks, and it's very difficult to just look for a place to gather together. But we still manage to maintain a topic in which we have seen the need of participating is public policies because, as I said, this is a country that did not acknowledge the rights of farmers. So we have been participating in a process to build public policies ever since 2010. Some of us had to go to the capital city to be part of meetings. And it's important because if these conditions do not exist, it's very difficult to have farming at all. If there is not support, if there is no financial support, if there are no policies that will help the small scale producers come forward, the system is just going to swallow them whole. It's very, very hard to sustain yourself as a small scale producer or small scale farmer. I must say we are on a process that it's built and designed and implemented on site. For the very first time in 200 years in Colombia, we have finally acknowledged farmers as somebody who has rights. For the first time ever, we are talking about having land own or property of the land, and it's a different government because the elite in this country is doing whatever they can to not allow the country to change. For the first time, there is agroecology in the National Development Plan for the country. So those of us that are agroecologists, producers and farmers, we are creating a space for ourselves. There is a bill in order to make this law or make this bill into a law. And so we're looking to promote the conditions so that the resources, so that small scale farmers can have access to these resources that have been denied so far. In this slide, I wanted to give you guys some food for thought. Throughout the entire history of Colombia, the government always has had a structure that starts off with the Ministry of Agriculture and various other institutions that are part of this industry, and it's usually just top to bottom approach. There are mechanisms that have simply just from the elites, things trickle down to the field, and usually nothing gets to the field. And I can say this as a farmer that I am, and because I am very close to many organizations in which the resources never get there. They stay somewhere along the way with the officials, with middle management, and they get diluted along the way. And the small scale farmers never gets the resources to make the investment for the farms. And on the other hand, then we do have the family farming organizations. I'm talking about my organization. We do have a social base that is quite large. We're over 500 families. We have a territory that we know very well because we move along, and we have developed convictions based on our efforts, markets. So we do have human resources, and while some of us are practitioners, we do have a number of youths that are technicians. We have a lot of farmers that know a lot about agriculture, about farming, but simply because they don't have a diploma and they cannot really have an opportunity. What I am proposing here as a reflection is hopefully we wish we could, if all these institutions continue to work and continue to manage the resources, even those of international cooperation, it will be good for us to have the opportunity to work based on what we've got on site, what we have been able to build throughout the years, because we have been working on this proposal from the ground up for many years, and we believe we have something to give as well. Next, please. So in our case, in agroecology, we believe that it is necessary to have to really get the resources because they're not getting here to the farm, to the family. There should be some incentives because you can see how there are so big subsidies for the agriculture in the US, in Europe, in here for the great groups. The only one that doesn't get any subsidies is for the small scale farmers, and that's not fair. Just trying to survive in this difficulty, in difficult times, being a small scale farmer. So I do provide that reflection. We don't have the market as of yet, despite the fact that there is public policies. We are fighting for the markets to be considered important because it makes no sense that the product come as far as they come from when we have a great potential of producing everything in country. One of the big problems we've got is the free trade agreements. For example, it is cheaper to import stuff from the United States. Like it's not possible that some local corn is just more expensive than imported corn that is genetically modified product from imported from the United States, for example. So there are a lot of efforts that are being made right now, gathering all this information. I would believe the process would be much better so that we can make more. And just in closing, next. So in closing, I wanted to provide you with my personal testimonial. We are a family, small family. I've managed three of my four children work with us. It's a very small farm, half a hectare. It's a lot of species because we are focused on food sovereignty. So we have a lot of different species of fruits, and we want to provide for local markets as well. And that's important when it comes to climate. Before, now we only had just pasture, and now we do have agroforestry, and we were able to decrease the temperature in 9 degrees Celsius. And this is a lot being done here. This is actually not valued or taken into consideration so that we could actually be precursors of this type of change. So these are my children, a little bit older, and now you can see my grandchild who is part of this process with non-GMO soybeans. We work with native species, our own seeds. We do bartering of seeds, and it's the organization that we have been developing. Here, you can see on the upper left hand, this is what the piece of land looked like when we bought it, when we came back from Costa Rica in 2002. That's a half a hectare. We bought a half a hectare of that, and on the other side, you can see our farm. It's an agroforestry system, highly diversified, where we produce a lot of different foods, mostly for us as a family, but also it's good enough to go to market and sell it. And a lot of families, as many others in this country and in our organization, we're raising awareness, we're doing technical assistance, but we are not getting any resources whatsoever. The projects never get to the bottom of the pyramid where the small scale farmers are. We get no resources, and that's why I'm lifting up my voice today and then just saying it here, which is very difficult for a small scale farmer to come to a place like this. Next, please. So After having said that, that would be my last words. And thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity to express myself and to just give you a perspective from the bottom of the pyramid, from the perspective of the small scale farmers that continues to be neglected and that continues to be forsaken and forgotten. So we reclaim. Sometimes we raise our voices, and we still have a lot of people. We have a lot of farming families that are abandoned. Thank you very much.
Alfredo, muchísimas
Alfredo, thank
gracias.
you very much. As a matter of fact, very inspiring to listen to you, and your experience is in a very concrete manner. I believe that you have shown us what is the option that the organizations and family agriculture might offer in comparison to the great exporting culture, the agroecological markets, the system of participative education, the transition to ecological, a lot of crops, agroforestry. These are solutions that are way, way better considered and connected with the role of guaranteeing food safety with safe food and accessible food. And that is precisely one of the ways in which we will overcome this intrinsic contradiction that we have talked about today, that we are a great producer of food, but we have scandalous conditions of food safety. So you give us a route of how this is being done, and the great question would be how to scale, how to support, and I think that the other fellow is also giving us another clue, which is precisely with a political incidency or a lobbying. The support of a politicians has to go necessarily through lobbying. I propose a round of questions, comments, and I ask you also to try to be as brief as possible because of matters of time also, so that we might also be able to listen to more people. So I propose a round of 2 or 3 questions for the 2 presenters. So please. Okay, in the first presentations, I also asked for the floor to make the questions, and I am given, I thank for the moment that I'm given now to be able to make them. Regarding the topic of participation of women, I have a couple of questions. One would be to the colleague from Peru. The issue of putting, let's say, standards, the participation of women in the projects is not sincere, I would say. It's not real, because we say that the organizations have to have 40% women. So all that are going to demand the support of the projects are going to present the 40% being completely unreal in the application, right? I would like to ask, what is the real incentive that we can use or that are used there in the project to increase the participation of women without the need of establishing quotas, but to really have a participation out of the incentives that are provided within the real projects for the women. And the other thing is, to the colleague from Colombia, it's the topic of agroecology of organic products. In our countries, there is no, it is a little blurry this, there is no regulation, there is no standards telling us what is organic product, what is ecological product. Really, right? There is nothing that, to determine this. We execute a program. We have executed a program for several years now as a credit from the World Bank, and now, because of the environmental and social standards that have been produced by the World Bank, we are also measuring the reduction of the greenhouse effect gases in the projects that we are financing. We can say that they are more organic and more ecological than many of the projects that are being promoted by the National Council of Ecological Production in Bolivia, for example. And that was my comment and the question also to the colleague from Colombia. Thank you. Anybody else?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Well, no. I think that talking about women and youth and matters that have to do with agriculture is a topic that is very important and that is worthwhile to point it out. Why? Because, first of all, although there are many initiatives that try to motivate the participation of these two sectors in all these processes, there are very few stories of success still. And we still continue on working about a subrepresentation of the women and of the youth in spaces, political spaces, especially in the decision making and also in the participation, so that we can see other type of resources. I believe that from what it was said and taking advantage of this opportunity in which we have representation of many different types of institutions, I think that we also have to take advantage of when we work with women and youth, and it goes beyond generating new capacities. It goes beyond generating new leaderships. And I think that one of the main bases is to dignify the farmer's work, dignify the woman's work in agriculture, and also dignify the work of the youth, because for different reasons, when we talk about youth, we also talk about generational relays, and I always say that the adults or the elderly have to have a continuity with the youth, because we have new, fresh things that they have to contribute to all the knowledge, and also the youth has to do with dignity. Have to look at our elderly with dignity, because many times we believe that those of us who know more because maybe we had access to another type of education, and that is why there's a lot of generational clash sometimes. So I invite all of us to look at us with dignity, because from both points of view, from both feelings and way of thinkings, we can create wonderful things. And also, thinking about talking about youth, we have repeated many times here that the youth are abandoning the field. That is something that is really happening. It's real. But they were also saying that the universities are extracting the youth from our communities, not necessarily because the education is still in rural communities and in indigenous communities as a matter of principle. Our right to education is still not everybody carries out that right or exercises that right. Those of us who have the opportunity to study a mid-level or higher education career, we are people who are privileged. The youth that are going to study at the university, the education in almost all of Latin America is designed to tell us that we have to be professionists and that we have to come out of our communities, because the future is out there. Coming back to our community is a regression, because it's going to be, they have also sold us the idea that living in a rural community, indigenous community, farmers community is synonymous of poverty. So they give us ideas of inspiration that the best thing is to be in the city. But those of us who have the privilege of studying, it continues being a privilege in Latin America. So there are other sectors of the youth that are abandoning the field, and they go to the great fields to employ themselves as masons, as working in restaurants and other working spaces. And this also happens because they have sold us the idea that being a farmer is the worst thing that you can be. And this is part of colonization, because even our parents, at a given moment in our life, they told us that, no, son, no, daughter, you have to look for better opportunities, because I don't want you to be burnt by the sun. I don't want your hands to turn harsh. That is an idea that colonialism put into our heads of peasant inferiority. So I believe that within the processes that each one of us has to implement, be it within the organization, the collectiveness, etc., we really have to work very much on the dignification of dignifying that we the farmers should have, dignifying our role, dignifying our role as the people who feed the world. That is a part that we should really make very important. And I also have the fortune of working with youth. And since I was young, I started working. And I think that food is a basic human need. Might be a great tool for the youth to come back to the field, to feel proud of producing in the field, to have the value of defending the native seeds. If we don't reconnect this with the motherland, if we don't dignify that very important role that the peasants, the farmers have, we're going to continue on having leakages of our talents going out. And also looking at the expositions from the colleagues from the governments, I think that there's also a very important part that has to do with all this process of generating new knowledge, new knowledge and new techniques, etc. And it's also that something that the colleague was saying, the access to the resources. The women and the youth, we are not owners of the land. So it's very difficult to access financing, banking finance. You have to leave something as a collateral. But also, another thing that happens with the communities is that indigenous and farmer communities is that later they come to offer and they tell us, hey, look, there's an opportunity for a project and so on and so forth. But the communities and the producers and the youth, we don't know how to write down projects, how to produce projects. We don't even have a training, a university training. They teach us how to write projects as such, productive projects, and to have the awareness of the community. So many times we say, well, I'm not saying that it's bad, but there are people who are super committed with the farmer people, with the farmers, but many times we have to go with a middleman, with a technician that doesn't have the sensitivity of the community, that doesn't have a cultural point of view. If it is with an indigenous community that it has a university formation, that they said a while ago that they are not preparing with a different point of view than just their famous technological packages. So they present packages that are not, or projects that are not in accordance with what the communities need. So we come to the financing, the project is very nice, and so on and so forth, but when the resource dies, the project dies. So I think that it is extremely important to generate also processes that will teach the youth to write, and the women also, to write proposals for projects from their own point of view, and to announce to the community that they should really understand the problems and that it might be done in such a way that it's a community project. Because if not, if these projects are not done, we're going to continue on telling them from outside what it is that they need, and this is something that also represents, I think, or I believe, a step backward. And this is something that the financiers, I tell them, they have to review what is the way in which you launch your summons, which is a way in which the farmer communities can participate, because sometimes that list of criteria for selection to be able to access those resources becomes impossible to bear. So I think that it is also necessary for the organizations, the public or private organizations, the financial institutions, the donors, they also have to have a view that is somewhat less technical, and to think about the realities of the communities, because to be honest, they have to think about a long-term companionship that is accessible for the small producers, because if not, it's going to be true, those support are going to be left for the great producers, because the smaller ones, where we're not going to be able to access those resources because of the certain requirements that limit that access. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
E cerramos a ronda aqui com o professor Sérgio.
And let's close around here with Professor Sergio, and then we will go to the presenters for their answers. Thank you, Luis. The presentations by Mirka and Alfredo were very interesting. I wanted to ask them, what is the role of the digital resources and the access to the internet? For you, Alfredo, so in the case of the activities that you are promoting, could you maybe talk a little bit more about, for example, now that you are in your farm, you're talking with us. that is a utility. So, but in terms of access to the market, in terms of organizations, in terms of organization of the producers, what is the role of the internet, of the digital media? And for Mirka, it could also be something in that sense, but I wanted to ask to see the sequence that the person that preceded me to ask Mirka, what's going to happen after this project that you are promoting on or that you're working on, if it doesn't have the financing, the support that it has nowadays? Do you think that it's going to be possible? Or up to what level do you think it'll be possible to have the state or some organizations and public policy, could they incorporate this? Could they have lessons learned from the actions that you are carrying out? What is? How can you pass on this idea of transmission, if we can say so, of the learnings that you are making for another level, for example, at the level of the state, so that the state might be able to reproduce this in a larger scale at the country level or at the regional level?
Muy bien, agradezco mucho por las preguntas.
Thank you very much for the questions, because this allows me to complement what I didn't say in my presentation. To the first question regarding the quotas. From my experience mainly, in a job that I had for 7 years with cooperative movements, cooperatives, and now with the state, I have noticed that the problem is not the quotas that are established. The problem, for these to be effective or not, is the style of work and the responsibility of the technical teams that execute the project. One, because the quotas, what they facilitate is that those women or those youth or population that is not involved directly, associatively, can access the resources that on their own they will not be able to do so. For example, training, technical assistance, or financing of business plans. When is it that these quotas don't work? When the institutions only think about compliance of quantitative goals, how many men, how many women, but they don't take into consideration the whole process that has to be generated so that these quotas might be really effective. The project of rural advancement has quotas for gender that are very well established. 40% of women in mixed organizations, organizations of women, or in the majority women with a 15% of counterpart. This doesn't give 20% like the mixed ones do. And in the case of an organization that is located within a native community or indigenous community, as we can call them, they have a counterpart of 10%. When I was mentioning in the midst of the strategy what happened with our project in 2020, 2021, was precisely what the colleague is making the question about. They are not effective, of course. They are not effective because the vision of all the technical team, that the majority are engineers, and with the pressure that we had from the ministry, we really had to simply fulfill the quantitative quota, the number, the quantitative number. So this has made it the whole movement advance and advance, but we couldn't see the process that women had to go through. That's why we created a guide that is called the Companion of Men and Women, of youth and women within the organizations. How is it that they are involved in the organization of the leadership of the organization? One was the COMAC, the other one was to do it through the General Assemblies, to be sure that it was the women and the youth that would to make the decisions. But apart from that, this has to be institutionalized in the dynamic of the organizations. For example, we had secretaries of the organizations that to guarantee that they would be in the list. In the case of the vendors of services that are hired by the OPPs to comply with the business plans, we would look at the reports of the service providers, that although the direct payment is done by the organization, but we, as the executing part of the project, we would go in to review, and we would find the surprise that they were, if there were 20 partners, 10 men, 10 women, this technician would provide technical assistance to 20 men. and he or she felt that his agreement was already fulfilled, and when we visit it, we will say that it was not complied, because his TDR said that he had to provide technical assistance to 10 women and 10 men that are members of the organization. So, on this side, on this experience, that's why I say it's not the quota the problem, but it's the way in which we design the project, because we design it all. The majority of the stakeholders that are here, we design it. The way in which we execute, the team that we hire for the execution, that is very significant. The other thing that I also wanted to compliment is that the issue of establishing within the designs of the project quotas to be able to provide for the access of women and youth to the resources also goes through an experience and an awareness to be able to acknowledge the processes that are proper to women. When we design projects, the first thing we think about is to convert women into leaders, to have them lead organizations, to have them hold the strongest positions, and that the success of the company is going to be based on the number of women that are now a part of the board of directors or within the other institutions within the organizations, so that they may be decision makers. But now I ask myself about the experience I had in Advanced Oral. Do every woman want to make go through this process? Do all women want to hold leadership roles, or for them, because of their situation, their family situation, economic situation, do they have other interests that are not those of the institutions? That of the institutions is to generate leaders, but in their case, no. For some of them, the organization is an option to be able to come out of a situation of violence. And for other women, it might be to have the necessary resources to be able to contribute in as much as her partner does, or to be able to provide a better education, health, or food for their children. So if we as professional teams and technical teams, we discover and we get involved in the needs that the woman go through, the role and the perspective might change as to how it is necessary to execute the projects on the field, even more with furthermore with a rural woman. Another thing that I would like to mention to complement that of the quotas is to look basically at the experience. We have, as part of this intervention, in the region of San Martin, which is where we have a part of this region by native communities. The native communities are led or directed by the so-called APUs, who are the leads of the community. And here we have, I'm going with precisely the strategy of, dear colleagues, of how the view of the technical team changes when we do things, not thinking about the number, but of the process. So when we come to the native communities to give them the plans for the business plans for the business, the apples and the leaders, community leaders say, yes, we have here a group of women that can come and put together an organization. They can present a project for the business. When they are not interested, in 6 months I would come in to visit a community, and when I get together with a whole organization that is going to receive the business plan, it turns out that the board of directors are all men, and the partners were women, but they were not part of the administration that would manage the resources of the business. We have a community of that type. We take the technical team of that zone to the reflection. Now we have in native communities where the women, in spite of not having a word like the men in their general assemblies, they are the ones who determine within their organization, they decide regarding the resources that they have. That is where we have the basic form, and that reflects exactly as it is. A form that is only implemented for a number, purpose of a number, and another one with an inclusive idea. The other thing that I would like to mention is regarding the youth. We have had a breakage in the project because of the lack of presence of youth to be part of the organizations. But nevertheless, thanks to the colleagues from the zone offices that really carry out a very, very hard job, they gave us as an option to involve the youth in the aspects that represent the interests of the youth. For example, if they are not in the rural zone to have them be the persons that are in charge of looking for the commercial agents for the organization from the city, and to connect them with the rurality and the community and the organization. Another very interesting point is that we, from the project, have financed business plans of youth, two programs that are linked to agroindustry, tourism, and so forth. And it is worthwhile to mention that out of the 5 youth, or the 8, half of them remain within the town or the household, and not all of them have the dynamic to meet through Zoom or through Meet. To be able to get together, and when they are summoned to a meeting, to strategic training within their zone, they tend to come from their place of residence. They come and specify the strategic meetings, especially when they are leaders or when they have a position within the organization. I support Adali that was precisely commenting the importance of the recognition when we work with women and with youth. In reality, we are not looking, what I always mention is that we are not looking for a recognition just for the fact of being a woman in this case, but that the women that get involved in the leading positions or with a certain responsibility of or task, we always tell the organizations that they have to be women who have the potential and the possibilities, the trainings of being able to undertake that role. Let's not choose women just for the sake of having women appearing, because we will generate more frustration in the women themselves and also in the organization regarding their vision of looking at the job of the women. When we were talking about how do we involve communities, the women and youth, now that the project is leaving, we have, for example, a program that is called a program for the preparation of local facilitators. And the last year, the level that we gave was precisely to strengthen soft skills, to be able to work more on the articulation with their organizations. But this year we are providing the tools for their incorporation to the decision-making spaces. For example, we provide tools to identify their needs, to be able to put into priorities their needs, to identify the activities, with the purpose that when they go to a participative effort, not to allow you to be led, but what the authority or the officials say. But you have to be, on the contrary, prepared and having very clear what are the needs. Regarding the roles, regarding the digital resources, we need, or the organizations have promoted this in a very special manner with the WhatsApp, for example. And what they do is through that, they carry out their meeting summons, their reminders, the social networks. They also use a lot the promotion of their products, the trainings that they carry out. And something that is also very interesting is that we, at the level of the country, we are trying to establish the methodology dynamic that is merely participative for the organizations, taking into account that within the organizations we have people that are illiterate, we have elderly old people, and many of the trainings, and you see at the end the people taking photographs of all the educational material that are located, so that later they might be shared with all the partners through their dissemination channels that they have internally. At the level of the policy, public policy, length and closing of the project, which is in the month of September, we have prepared technical sheets regarding the proposals that we consider should be converted into public policies, or that should be an instrument so that the Ministry of Agricultural Development can incorporate different actions, like, for example, the business plans with the youth, the methodology of the business plans with women, and also we are generating to convert the data of all the people that we have trained in regard to rural talents and service providers should become a data for the use of filters for the organizations, for the ministries, that the financing might continue on being going to these organizations as a priority. Also branding those that still cannot go. And regarding the vendors, to give continuity, will they maintain within the zone and there might also be a filter, and they can support what we were saying there during what Dali was saying. At a given moment, the producers can still not design projects, but nevertheless, the vendors that we are preparing there in this program, they are staying in the zone, and we have organizations that are now going to other funds and like Compite and AgroIdea.
Gracias, Mirta. Voy a pasar. Estamos mucho sin tiempo.
We are way beyond time, Alfredo, just for your final considerations. And then we have a cup of coffee for our next table. Thank you. So about this very issue, we have a position that whatever is organic and agroecological, because organic does require a certification that in the case of Colombia, we have foreign certifiers, and that it's very relative. After 3 years, a farm can be organic. For us, agroecology, it's about principles, it's about working with biodiversity, and that biodiversity is the one that ensures that the soil can actually be balanced, which can ensure that a plant is good and healthy. So we do that differentiation. Over here, we create a participative system of guarantees, which is an assessment tool to do an evaluation of the farms, which comes to measure if the farm is compliant with all of these principles and making sure that water management is correct, soil management is correct, people management, because it's all very holistic. So our organization has a participative system of guarantees at no cost. And that's a big difference because right now in Colombia, becoming certified is very, very expensive. It's very costly. So just to guaranteeing that a product is actually organic, there are different standards for that. I'd like to talk about dignity. That I believe is absolutely fundamental to rescue dignity in the rural areas, because small scale farmers need to be actually financially free at some point, ideally, because usually they are at the very bottom of the social strata. So the accompanying that is being given from these organizations need to reach where it never really reaches, probably at least not here in Colombia, based on my personal experience to the organizations and the family farming organizations. And regarding digital resources, it has become very popular. Anybody now has access to a cell phone. I am here communicating with you from a cell phone because my computer didn't turn on. So a cell phone works. Most of everybody, when we say that it's over 100 families, they use the cell phone a lot to actually promote their products, to do marketing campaigns, to receive delivery requests from different companies, so they have different ways of presenting their products, and for people through the system to actually place their orders. This is a very, very good tool. It's very useful, and it's good to be able to be in touch with everybody. We are very dispersed here, all the members of the network, with a whole bunch of us throughout the department. And with cell phones, we can actually meet regularly instead of, I believe it's way more important, but due to cost and distances and time constraints, sometimes we cannot really meet in person. So I believe this is an important tool that can be used, and it can be misused as well. So we're using it, cell phones and people, during pandemic, when they wouldn't let us come out, when our markets were closed while supermarkets were open. We actually used cell phones a lot to be able to say, here we are, we're offering our products, let's meet over here, let's meet over there. Place your order and we're going to deliver it to your homes. It's a tool that can be used. Well, due to time constraints, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Graças, Alfredo. Graças, Danilo.
Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, Danilo. Thank you, Mirta. Let's just end this table. Let's have a 10-minute coffee break. Please. It's a quick coffee break for 10 minutes. Then we're coming back for the last session, and then we're going to the hotel. And in the hotel, we're going to have a cocktail and dinner in the Europa room.
Sí, pero van al café un ratito. Bueno, si les parece, vamos a dar inicio a nuestra última sesión del día de hoy, no por ser la última menos importante.
So let us start with this last session, not because it's the last, it's least important. The idea is to talk and then just ponder on some important elements related to the economic, social, and environmental impacts of family farming organizations. Fatemi Almada is going to be moderating this session. So I would like to invite Adilson Ribeiro, Luis Garcia, and Lucia Cordero, who's online.
Lucia.
Lucia, good afternoon. Can you folks hear me? Hello, hello, Lucia. I just wanted to know Adilson Ribeiro and Luis Garcia are here with us.
Ratito. Sí. Vamos a empezar entonces con
So
Lucía.
let us start with Lucia. With you, let me introduce you. So the idea of this panel is a little bit to analyze or to review which are the economic, social, environmental impacts of the small-scale farmers organizations and understanding the impact beyond productive systems and the organization themselves, just understanding the benefits, the impacts in their environment and their territories and the agri-food systems. And we're going to do it from three very distinct perspectives. One from a Brazilian cooperative with Adilson Rivero dos Santos, Luis Garcia, who is the general manager UNED Bolivia from the business unit Spices, and then Lucia, who is Copperfarm. Let's start off with Lucia. She is online. Allow me to say she is a daughter and a granddaughter of family farmers. She's a student of agronomy in the University of the Republic. Ever since 2020, she's part of the agroecological collective that it develops horticulture with Paraguay, and she is been participating in the Commission of Youths, that it's a point of reference for 10 years, and ever since 2023, she is the secretary of Coprofan. So, Lucia, please, let's have your presentation. We have a tops 20 minutes. Well, good afternoon, good evening. If you could please share my presentation on screen.
Ahí va.
Here we go.
He
Very well.
estado siguiendo hoy
I have
evento
been following the event on YouTube. There might be some things that repeat themselves in my presentation, but the idea for this panel is to bring some very concrete experience when it comes to economic, social, and environmental impacts of family farming organizations or FFOs. So Coprofam is an organization that has worked without interruption ever since 1915. It does promote family farming in Uruguay, and it promotes the permanent union of all the farmers and the rural workers and their families, and that during their active engagement in union activities and the promotion of development. And as you can see in the map, or on the map, those organizations are all over the country, and most of them are associated to rural development. Most of them are conformed by families that do farming, and then they become part of the organization. And they develop multiple actions from the environmental and economic scopes. Which are the impacts and the roles? Well, there are very many. For example, they do training and education of their members. When it comes to the activities of the union, access to public policies, they actually disseminate these policies in the territory and in collaboration to just coordinate and help in legal aids, the participation in dialogues, strengthening of women and youth's group. Here we can see a women's society in the center of the country, in which there is a group of women that conduct a fair. Also activities of leisure, typical festivities, open air cinemas, like pooling resources to buy inputs. They pull together, for example, they buy nylon for greenhouses, and sometimes they also buy bigger portions of food for their cattle and their livestock. They do offer different services to their members, and also when it comes to trade aid or aiding people so they can trade and scale up in their trading. And mostly at the territorial levels, but what I'm going to share with you today has this particularity. Let's go to the next slide, please. The organization is the cooperative number one, and it's a colony in Año 13. The Institute of Colonization, or Homestead Institute in Uruguay, is the one that handles all the homestead initiatives. And here, this is in charge of the families, but not in charge of the families, but the cooperatives. As I said, it's a cooperative. It's an agrarian cooperative of production, which was founded in 1953. It has existed for over 70 years and purchased the first land in 59, and they have 7 productive sections, which we're going to see in detail. But this colony, along the time, has become more complex. And in the diagram in the middle, the one in light blue, that's the cooperative unit. And then this is the territory of Raquianda, which is another training center that works in the colony and that is dedicated to provide education, for example, wiring, dairy cattle, for youths in the ages of 15 through 18 that are linked to INAUG, which is the National Institute for Children's and Adolescent Affairs in Uruguay. So that thread of inter-cooperation in this territory, it continues to become more and more complex because there is a reality that most of the production that happens in this cooperative employ mostly males, and so it happened, and it continues to happen, that women that came to the territory to live as companionship to their spouses and their partners, they didn't have any work. So in 2018, we presented a project, we proposed a project, and we created a group of women that is dedicated to rural tourism. This is why you get to see the orange ring, which is a cooperative, and in this historical trajectory of the cooperative that depends on the economy of the country, we stopped seeing horticulture, so there has been a very extensive piece of land, but we were not doing any. So the cooperative made a call on the youth
produzcan verduras y se
so
la vendan a
that
sus vecinos de alguna manera y ahí se
they
integran
can
al colectivo de las
produce
chicas
greens and leafy greens
soy
and
parte de ese
whatnot, and they
colectivo.
can sell them to their
Entonces,
neighbors. So
para poner así como
just
a
to
punto, tenemos una colonia
provide a
con
little bit more
tierras
context,
estables,
there is a colony
donde hay
with
una cooperativa agraria que
government-owned
gestiona y otras
land
localidades que se
where
han ido
there is an
integrando
integrated
en la
cooperative
medida
and
que han
other
podido y
entities
que
that have
hay
become part of the group,
desafíos que la propia cooperativa no puede
and
asumir por su estructura.
they come as a
Esta
response to
cooperativa
the different
agraria
challenges the cooperative was not
gestiona esas
able to
tierras, tiene, como
address.
les decía, 7
So, as I
secciones
said,
de producción.
this has
Una es la
7
agrícola, la
different
agricultura, se produce
productive
soja,
sections.
trigo,
One
maíz,
is
cebada.
agriculture,
Otra es la ganadería.
barley, soy,
Por otra
wheat. The other one
saltamos
is livestock.
ese
The other
estadio,
part
una
is
parte de la producción de leche
it's
solamente y
part
otra
of the
parte
dairy
se genera,
production. Dairy
acá también hay
production.
una industria láctea y se generan
There
quesos,
is a
yogures,
dairy
dulce de
industry where
leche.
we create
La
cheese,
cooperativa tiene un local
yogurt,
de
so on and
venta
so
en la ciudad de
forth.
Mercedes, que es la ciudad
They
más cercana a
have
22 kilómetros.
we have a place where we sell
Una sección de
products
producción de
in the
carne
city of Mercedes,
y
which
hay
is
un campo
28
de
kilometers
recría
away. There is
que acá campo de
pork
recría le llamamos
production.
a los campos que se dedican justamente a hacer la
It's a pig
recría del
farm.
ganado
And,
lechero de las
and we
riquchonas
also have, as I said, daily cattle
y
from the
recibe
rickshaw.
ganado de
They
otros
get
productores de la zona que por un tema de
livestock from
escala,
other
cuando arriba el
producers in
precio
the
por el
area
transporte de sus animales, le
because
cobra como servicio.
we have a service where they
Entonces,
can
volviendo a
pasture
esto
in
de
these
cómo las
lands.
organizaciones a nivel
So
territorial
the
impactan en lo
organizations at
económico
the
en nuestra
territorial
instancia
level have
social.
an impact
Ahí
socially,
vemos cómo Rusia
environmentally, and
organiza la brecha
economically.
de el
Here
área
on the
como más
right, you can
comunitaria, donde están las
see the
casas y el
community
campo y el
area where
jardín
you can
comunitario,
see
la cocina
the
comunitaria.
house, the community
La mayor parte de las personas que trabajan
dining
acá,
room.
viven acá,
Most of everybody who
es
works
parte,
here,
además de los
most of
servicios que ofrece la
the
cooperativa,
people
por
that
decirlo de alguna manera,
live
asociados y
work here
trabajadores, la
live here,
vivienda. Hay una
and
escuela rural
there is a rural school,
y todo
and
eso se sostiene de los ingresos
all of that is
que genera
sustained
la propia cooperativa con sus rubros de producción.
by the income
Y ahí
sources
otra cosa como
generated
bien
by the
importante que sirve para
cooperative, and
sostener
something
esta
that it has been
economía
very, very
tiene que
important
ver
to
con
sustain that
cómo la
economy has to
cooperativa
do with
resuelve
how the
la comercialización,
cooperative
donde siempre
addresses
se
commercialization,
prioriza la
in which
comercialización
a
dentro del sistema
priority is
cooperativo
given to the
como el sistema de la
commercialization
economía
as
social y
part of the
solidaria.
cooperative system,
Por
as part
ejemplo,
of
el
the
caso del trigo, el trigo
solidarity
se vende al Molino Santa
based
Rosa, que es un molino cooperativo, que es una
economy. For
cooperativa
example,
vinculada con sus
wheat is
trabajadores.
sold
La
to the
soja se
mill
vende a
that is
través de
part of
Calmer, que es una cooperativa
soybeans
de
is
agricultores de
are sold
Mercedes, que
to
comercializa soja
Calmer,
de
which is
medianos
another
productores, por decirlo de alguna manera.
cooperative that
La
commercializes
leche, como les decía, se
small
remite a través de
producers
CONAPROLE, que es la
product.
Cooperativa Nacional de Productores de Leche,
And
y la
then
otra parte
the
que va hacia la
National
industria,
Cooperative
una
of
parte
Dairy
de esos productos,
Producers
dulce de
as
leche,
part,
yogur,
and
se
we're
venden en
talking
ese local de venta
about
del Mercedes,
dulce de
y la
leche,
otra gran parte,
yogurt,
casi
or
igual,
milk
se vende
and cheese
a organizaciones de
that is
consumo, la
sold
mayoría de ellas en
to
Montevideo,
other
como Fuerza del
consumption
Mercado, Barrios
organizations, for
Independencia
example,
y
the
demás.
Popular Market
Entonces,
in
como
Montevideo, the
hay un
capital city.
entramado fuerte en cuanto
So
a lo
there is
comercial
this
del
weave,
sistema
this very
cooperativo.
important weave
Hay
of
cosas
different
que
organizations
no
in the
dije al
cooperative
principio y no las
system. And there's
nombré,
something that I didn't really say at the
pero
beginning. It is,
en el mapa Uruguay vemos que
but in the
están en el
map of
departamento sitial
Uruguay,
al oeste del país
in the
y es una
western part of the
zona
country, in that area,
de extensiones muy grandes, de
you have
producción
big
agrícola
pieces
muy,
of
muy
land, a
precaria, muy
very
amplio.
large production
Entonces, si bien ahí sí uno cuando dice 2.228
when we're
hectáreas
talking about
es mucho,
there's
Hay que entender que estamos en una zona donde las
2,200.
extensiones son grandes.
So 2020, sorry. The amount of hectares is
Una
a lot,
cooperativa
and having a
y si bien está
cooperative,
inserta en esa forma de
2,200
producción,
hectares,
también lo
and
que se apunta
they
por la
have this
diversidad
type
de
of
rubros,
production,
hayan
what we're
rubros que
trying to
generen
do
más
is
mano de obra.
have line items that will
Y bueno,
actually create
hoy día en este
employment.
territorio viven más de
So
60
right now we
viven,
have
circulan y trabajan más de 60 personas,
over 60
nucleadas
people
más o
that
menos en
work
20
here,
familias,
which are about 20 families,
que bueno, que este sistema de
and
producción
that this production system
ayuda como a sostener esa estructura.
has
En
helped to
cuanto a lo
sustain the system, the
ambiental,
structure. When it
para
comes to
entrar en esto, y yo
environmental
no empiezo a bajar
considerations,
ahí, la producción
and
agrícola
then
más de
maybe
manera
just the
convencional.
production of soy
Bueno,
and the more conventional
territorio, con
stuff
esas
in this
características de
territory
producción
with those
extensiva,
characteristics of
yo
extensive
no lo
production.
puse acá, pero si nosotros
I
miráramos
didn't
en
write
Google
it
Maps,
down, but
a la
if we were able
cooperaria,
to look
el
at
predio de
it
la cooperaria
on
termina como
Google
un arroyo, que
Maps,
es el arroyo Coloró,
before the
donde
cooperative,
la
we had
cooperativa
a little
decide, de
creek
alguna manera,
in which the cooperative does
mantener ese
receive
monte nativo, tiene casi 400
the
hectáreas de monte
native
nativo, y si le dan los predios de los vecinos, vemos
soil,
que las hojas llegan hasta
like
el
it's
borde del
pretty
arroyo.
much
Y la
4,000
cooperativa decide mantenerlo
hectares of
porque ha sido una
primary
decisión
forest,
histórica, pero para
and the
poder mantenerlo de
cooperative
alguna
decided
manera,
to maintain it,
la
to
cría de
keep it
ganado
up.
en parte
But
se realiza en ese
livestock
espacio.
is partially
Por otro
done in
lado,
this area. On
la
the other hand,
agricultura, si bien es
the
convencional,
agriculture, while it is
cumple con algunos
conventional,
requisitos que
it
se
does
exigen a nivel
comply with
estatal,
some
como
requirements from the
un plan
government.
de uso y manejo de suelos, donde
For
va rotando
example, the
suelos y va
use
rotando justamente con la
of
ganadería y el animal de
land, the
cría.
research,
Entonces,
and how
los suelos,
the livestock
por
is
ejemplo,
rotated.
están 4 años con praderas
So,
y
so
luego
for
pasan
four
4 años
years,
a
you get
agricultura en
pastures,
rotación, y
and
eso
it's
hace que
going
no
to be
sea
pastures, and
agricultura
4 years are
sobre agricultura.
going to be agriculture. So
Pero
it's going
sin
to be
duda es uno de los
4 year
temas,
cycles,
y
but
además cuando
most
vemos
definitely
como ese
is one
mapita
of
de
the topics.
grupalidades y ese
And when you
mapita de
can see the
comunidad,
map
también es
of
uno de los
groups,
temas que
it's one
genera
of the topics that
conflicto interno, por llamarlo de
will
alguna manera,
create some internal conflict.
y que parte de
And
armar las grupalidades
that
es generar
part
apropiación,
of
yo
the
creo,
groups and creating
de ese
this on
conflicto para
purpose,
irlo, bueno, resolviendo de
that
una manera
conflict,
como mucho
well,
más comunitaria.
it does
Y si quieren
provide
pasamos a
for a little
la
bit more
siguiente
community
diapositiva.
interaction. Next slide, please.
Ahí quería poner esta foto es un
Here
poco
with this
vieja.
picture, this is a
Como
little
ven, es
old.
invierno, todo el
As
mundo
you can
remeros
see,
cerrados,
this is winter.
y era pandemia.
People were cold. It
Pero
was the
bueno, si bien no fueron
pandemic.
todas las personas,
But while
es
not
un poco
everybody
vieja la foto,
showed up for the
pero
picture,
sí que hay representantes de todas las
and there are
grupalidades, y ahí en el fondo
representatives
podemos ver un
of
poco el
pretty
dibujo de las
much
casas, ese
every
famoso parque
ethnic
central
group.
que aparece en el mapa.
And here you can
Y
see
a mí me
the
parecía como
and I think
importante pensar esto
I believe it was
bueno,
important
lo económico, lo ambiental, pero
to
también
just
como
say
una visión territorial,
how to actually work with that,
generando la seguridad de la vivienda, por ejemplo,
creating
el
safety
hecho de que hay una
for
escuela
the
pública dentro
houses,
del
the fact
predio,
that
donde
there
hay
is a
niños que viven
public
acá, pero
school
además niños que vienen
where
de
all
predios
the children
vecinos,
attend,
el
not
hecho
only
de
those who
que
live here,
dentro de
but
las comisiones, digamos, está
from
la comisión directiva, la
different
comisión fiscal,
territories.
la cooperativa tiene una comisión de
So
educación
we do have a
que da
commission of
becas para los jóvenes,
education that will
que brinda
provide
las ayudas,
scholarships
digamos,
for the
para
youths
poder
that are
terminar
living to the
los
city so they
secundarios
can
o incluso sus estudios
finish their
terciarios.
high school or maybe their
El incorporar
tertiary
otros
studies,
colectivos
and
que tienen una
incorporating
visión
other
agroecológica, que
collectives
piensan en
that have
restauración,
an
los jóvenes o adolescentes como este
agroecological
que
view,
anda, que reciben
not like
turistas, como es
this
el
that
grupo de
is just
mujeres. Eso genera
nothing to worry
como un
in that sense,
entramado social,
because
comunitario
that
y una
does
forma de
create
vida en el
this
campo
social weave, a way
que
of
mejora
life
la permanencia de jóvenes y
that
mujeres en el medio rural.
improves the permanence
Entonces,
of the youths
antes de esta
in
presentación hacía un
rural
poco las
environments.
cuentas
Before this presentation, I was just
y esto
doing
que les
some
decía,
counts, and
directamente
then just
vinculados
this
al
is what I said.
territorio, a la colonia,
Directly
hay
linked
más de
to the
60
territory,
personas.
there are
De
over
esas 60
60
personas, el
people.
48% son mujeres
So it was 48
y el
people. It was
26% son jóvenes, y contamos como
26%,
jóvenes entre
48%
18
are
y
women,
30 y algún
26%
años, 31
are
32. El 25%
youths,
son
and
niñas, niños y adolescentes
25%
hasta los
are
18 años.
just children
Eso
under
en
18.
Uruguay,
In
el promedio de
Uruguay,
jóvenes en Uruguay en la zona
the
rural más o menos es el
average
10%,
of
y
the
aquí estamos
youth is
hablando que son el
about
26%.
10%. So in here, the average in Uruguay
Entonces,
at
si bien
domestic
no
level is
hay
10%, here is 26%. So it's
una
very, very high.
estrategia específica o una
while
grupalidad
we do
específica de
not
jóvenes
have
o
a
un rubro
specific
específico donde se
strategy
trabaja en los jóvenes, por
or
ejemplo,
like a line
el
item
hecho de
in which
generar
we deal
condiciones
with
de vida y de
youths,
poder
but the
acceder
fact
al
that you
estudio, por
can
ejemplo, a través de
create
las becas,
different
ha
life
generado
conditions and
que en
have
este
access to
territorio
education
hayan
through
más
scholarships,
jóvenes
it
que
has
en el
actually
promedio
made for
de la población.
younger women, which are in average
Y
the
bueno, sí,
age in
claramente
the country,
hay
to be
desafíos,
big part of this
quedan
population. So
desafíos.
we do have
Los
challenges.
desafíos tienen que ver
The
con
challenges have
esas
to do
mujeres y esos
with
jóvenes que están
those women,
vinculados al
with
lugar
those
donde se
youths that are
trabajaba,
linked
cuánto
and rooted
participan en la
in
toma
this
de
place when
decisiones,
they
cómo
participate
se
in the
hace el retorno de
decision-making
esos jóvenes que se
processes.
van a estudiar y
How
trabajen
do
en lo
they
mismo.
return
Y si
after
quieren
they
retornar, bueno,
finish
qué,
college or
qué,
university? How do they
qué
come back
capacidad tienen
to
de
the
retornar
place
dependiendo de
where
lo que
they are
estudian.
from?
Y bueno, y esto
How they're going
entraña
to
de
apply
tener
it.
una visión
And
ambiental
I just
conjunta. Eso
wanted
sigue
to
siendo
have a
como
holistic
algo
environmental
que
vision.
está en
Um,
proceso de trabajo.
that's something
Pero
that there's
imagínense que
always work to
si
do in
la
that
cooperativa
sense.
tiene 70 años, tendrá
But
70 años más
the
para seguir discutiendo
cooperative
cosas.
is 70 years,
Este era como el caso
and we're
concreto que
hopefully it
quería
will have 70
traerles,
more
¿no?
years.
Así
This is the
como rápido
concrete case
también
that I wanted
para
to
dejar
show to
después
you.
espacio
And
a las
then I'm
preguntas.
going to stop talking right now
Y
so
después,
that we can leave some room
cortito,
for
ahí
questions.
como
And very,
para
very
pensar también en
briefly,
términos
just
de
to think in terms of
organizaciones nacionales,
national
que
or
sí,
domestic organizations.
o algunos ejemplos de organizaciones nacionales que están trabajando
Um,
el tema de juventudes y género,
we are
o de lo ambiental desde el
working
género. Como le
on the
les
topic of
presento
women.
cortito
I
la experiencia de
present
la
to
CONTAG
you
de
very
Brasil, una
shortly the
organización
experience of
nacional
contact
también,
from
con
Brazil,
bastante
which is a
diapositiva.
national
Esto es simplemente
organization. It's
como
very
para
positive
reforzar esta
experience
idea.
just to actually
Por ejemplo,
strengthen
ellos han decidido trabajar
this
juventudes a
idea.
través
They have
de
decided to
un
help
programa que es
the
Joven
youth,
Saber, y generan
and
formación
it
desde la
creates
organización nacional que
education
llegue a sus
from the
organizaciones de base, donde
national system.
trabajan
It's the
cuestiones como el
base
acceso
in
marcado, la
which you
generación
get
de
to
ingresos,
work, for
pero también
example,
teniendo en cuenta el gremial.
creating
Y otra
income,
cosa que
but
traían los
also
compañeros
taking
de
into
Brasil,
consideration the
que puede ser la siguiente
unions,
diapo,
and
tiene que ver con
it
el
has to
interés o la
do
mayor
with
sensibilidad de las
the
mujeres respecto a
higher
los temas
awareness of women when it
ambientales,
comes to
agroecología y cambio climático, y
environmental
cómo cuando generan, por ejemplo, como
changes
este
of
caso de información de
agrochemical
multiplicadores en agroecología,
uh,
hay una mayor
things.
presencia de
So
mujeres, hay un mayor
there
compromiso de las
is a
mujeres en esto.
greater presence of
Entonces, bueno,
women and
como
greater
traer a la
commitment by
discusión y a la
youths
conversa un
and
caso
women.
territorial bien particular,
So we
y otros
are
casos más cómo
a
se
very
generan
particular
estas conversas
case,
o estos roles o estos
and
impactos en las organizaciones desde el
we need to
liderazgo
find out how
interterritorial.
all of this is
Y
is
para
creating
cerrar,
opportunities for dialogue. And then just in
la
closing,
siguiente diapo ahí yo traía
in
como
the
esto de que las
following
formas en que las organizaciones de la
slide,
agricultura familiar,
the way in
campesina
which
e
the
indígena
FFL
aportan y generan
organizations
estrategias
provide and
para
create
mejorar las
strategies
dimensiones sociales,
to
culturales,
better the
políticas,
social,
económicas y
cultural,
ambientales de
political,
cada sociedad
economic, and
organizada son muy
environmental
diversos y son
dimensions of
particulares,
their
son propios de
members
cada
are very
territorio,
diverse and particulars
y a veces es
in
difícil
each
pensar
territory.
que se pueden
And it's very
armonizar
hard to
como
think
recetas de un
sometimes
lado a
that we
otro,
can be
incluso con la política
prescriptive about
pública, sino que
this,
cada territorio tiene
but each
sus propias
territory should have
alternativas y soluciones.
their own voices.
Así que por ahí, muchas
So,
gracias.
thank you very much,
Quedo abierta después al
and I am
intercambio de
open to your
preguntas.
questions. Thank you, Lucia. Thank you for this, your comments, the importance of your organization when it comes to employment, the sustainable management of natural resources, the quality of life, the territorial weave that is being consolidated with the networking you do. And it's absolutely key what you mentioned regarding inclusion of women in order to generate these impacts. Thank you very much. Now we're going to the next presentation by Adilson Rivera dos Santos, who is a family farmer committed to the sustainable development in Bahia. He is local to the region, and he is one of the founding members of the Cooperativa Cabra Familiar Guagua Ancasa that confirmed Copper Cook, and a pioneering initiative that comes to strengthen family farming in the semi-arid areas of Brazil. He is deeply rooted to his land, and there are three members. So contributing decisively with the creation of the cooperative as a point of reference to create income and preserve cultural traits. So thank you very much for being here with us, sir.
Boa noite todos, né, e todas aqui presentes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to all present here. I'd like to thank you all for the invite to be here in such an important moment. I understand that as a farmer, I was born in the community, and up to this moment, I live there in the same community. I'd say to you all that I didn't have the opportunity to go to school. I went to school up to fourth grade. I did the fourth grade twice because back then the opportunities were scarce to go to school. I am very happy to be here today. Before all of you doctors, PhDs, just a farmer, I'm here talking to a whole bunch of fine people that know way more than me. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the presentation, the trajectory of Copicoque, how it came to be. And in the 80s, 90s, even maybe 70s, maybe from the 70s into the 90s, we were acknowledged as the region that was harassed in the northwestern part of Brazil, in a region where it rains a lot. For many, many years, we had a drought. We would get food on Fridays. They would give us a basket with food, and once they would expire, once expired, the government would reclaim them and they would give them to us. So they would give us this expired food. Some of them get worms, like damaged grains. That's what we had to eat. And then we decided to move forward in the 90s. Then we had the sisters, and the sisters got with a proposal for different producers in the community. We had resource capital from the European Union, but the Brazilian government wouldn't give us access to any policies. So this group of nuns would capture a lot of financial resources from the European Union. And then the ICPA did a training for farmers on the basis of production. And we are one of the first communities that were trained back then. So it was in 2010. We got FIDA back then, and along with the state of the World Bank, it was one of the projects that most helped in the state of the Bahia. And we did FIDA and World Bank loans, so we did inject that into so we had part of the government of the back, Acosta Jerome, that had an input for all of the family farming initiatives. So that has grown a lot when it comes to the Bahia and the FIDA support and the government. In 2011, we had the first initiatives to strengthen family farming and cooperativism in the Bay. After this, we decided to create some strengthening of the base productions. Curacao, for example, is one of them. It's 200 and 300, 900 that are members of the company. And in this work that we've done, or that we do, we have the support of FIDA, and we know of a small industry that we had from the city, and we built agribusiness with a strategy with a rather commercial focus to process fruits.
The base of production, that was all this that we were looking at now. We have the work of strategies of organic products and agroecological also. That is our main focus. It is to move that product to a sustainable base and the recovery in the sustainability family production. So with the type of support that we have received from the agro industries that we made in some of the industries, that before we had small agro industries as something small within the centralized cities and the agro industries that we had in the communities. With work and with the support of the FIA, we were able to put together some agro industries in the communities, transforming some of the ones that already existed. For example, a factory of ice cream, popsicles. That factory became tea and spices factory. And we also transformed there with that strategy of diversification of the production. So I believe that during this period, of all the projects, we had an advancement, a very big advancement, such a way that we came out of the three receivers where we received the basic basket. We had our own business, so we have the merchandising of our own products in several supermarkets. Sales for schools, for the open eye, because for me, one of the big governmental policies that we have in Brazil is the UPA, which is a policy of strengthening of family production with a strategy in which you would buy the product from the producers and you would distribute for the people that required it to get fed. So it was an agenda that was working in the community, the transformation of agendas in the communities, and the feeding for the people that really had were suffering a hunger. And now with the projects that we have certain associations, we have joints that I wanted to present in my presentation. I think I'm going to require the pointer. Can you help me? Can you help me advance it? Thank you. Okay. You can now advance it. This is the area of the acting, the three municipalities, Curaçao, Cuiabá, and Canutos. Here we can see the geographical part. We are now going into other municipalities, Biembe, in other states and other municipalities. And now, with this action of ours, this is the area of participation.
Aquisição de matérias-primas junto aos cooperados, mais de 200 famílias assistidas.
The people that are part of the cooperatives, we are benefiting more than 2,000 families. We are benefiting them from fruits, from the production and certification of organic fruit and innovations. And we also have the agroecological base, not only the organic base. We have sustainable food. Now, we have also had difficulties. We have felt lately that the search, this market niche, you know that the search for this market has to be stabilized. So now we know that we have not advanced as much as we would like, because apart from that, the organic product, the product is organic, but we have people who are really not buying these type of products. So we're going to have to retake this and make the people believe that these products are the same in the markets.
Eu acho que isso é pouco do que eu já falei para vocês. A Copercuc, ela foi constituída em 2003. Em 2003 ela foi quando ela foi constituída. Aqui está
This
pouco
is
do
when
que eu
we
já
have
falei,
constituted. It was founded to strengthen the local economy and to promote the sustainability, acting in the production of diversity in Jatimbu and other native products of 1976. A group of family producers were making together products the women would meet underneath a tree of a carambu, and there they would start transforming the ombu into jellies, jams, and juices. That's where they had the idea of building this small agro-industry in the communities with the support of the European Union, with resources coming from the European Union. This is where they transformed this into the strategy for the Constitution. This was the first cooperative to access this. It was the first proposal that we made to access with the simultaneous help of the federal government. We are one of the pioneers of this proposal for the organization of the public meeting. Here at COPESUD, we contribute with different objectives of sustainable development. The with development objectives aligning with the 2030 agenda. And this is the work that has been done with a group of producers and the bases and the communities and the associations. Thanks to that, today we have a team of technicians that make a job of post-production, and we have more than 2,000 families that are assisted by technical assistance in their base of construction with agricultures or producers. The first of them is the elimination of poverty, the generation of income for 250 families, and production inclusion of a rural woman is with a solidarity tool with transformation tools. This is one of our cooperating pioneers, and it is one of the great symbols. Today we have some women that are not active because of their age anymore, but with this, Copecu has been renewing itself, and we have looked for options and alternatives so that there might be a great group of cooperatives, members within the cooperative. So with that, we are having a sustainable agriculture with sustaining the native things like ombu. Ombu is a fruit that is native of La Caatinga, and it is a fruit that I would say is completely regional. So with that, today, that is within the Caatinga, the bioma, the Caatinga bioma. This is bioma, a Brazilian bioma, which is one of the main Brazilian biomas. But today, with the difficulties that we're having, the policy, so that we are noticing now that the Caatinga is running out, is being devastated, and we have not noticed any effort on behalf of the government to establish a policy that is oriented to the development and of this strategy. Next one, please. The parity of management and the cooperative. They are in the job that the cooperative has done. It makes that the equalness of gender that we have done. Our number of members are greater, and the directory of the cooperatives, as well as in the directing council, and are women. But I am the president, but the last president was a woman, and we have carried our campaign in regard to gender because we understand that the people have to be in their place thanks to their competencies. Women are very competent, and they have tried to find their own spaces within Copecu. We have done this to them, and they require to position themselves in the space that they consider as theirs. So with that, we have done that creation of awareness so that women would have their own participation. So today, of men, it's only me and a substitute. It's 6. It's 4 women and 2 men in the board of directors, in the executive directory. In innovation and infrastructure, in clothing and for the milling of the fruit with what we have done, the support to the agro industries that the government has all supported us, and the merchandising. This year we are going for the export of pulp towards the United States with the idea that the intensification and the generation of income and transformation of fruit into product. We have a legacy that today this is something that we have to work on a lot, that the matter of fruit and the development of the product. We work on with the pulps, and the products are table fruit. We do not work with fruit
que já estão descartadas para esse
I would
mercado.
say that these are fruit that have been discarded from this market. We work with a fruit that are selected, and these fruit, the ombu, for example, we only buy first class, and it is harvested by hand. It is not a fruit that you just shake the tree or that you hit the tree and that the fruit falls. No, everything is harvested by hand. It is selected for the process, so that it is processed.
A redução das desigualdades,
the reduction of the inequities includes the social economy, family agriculture, and we have done also this job of technical assistance in the inclusion of people that are not cooperative members, and apart from our cooperative members, we also have those that are not members of the cooperative with a strategy for the inclusion of people. We are working, since we don't work only on this, on the fruit, we are now working also with dairy products, for example, goat milk, and we are now developing some products that are yogurt and other derivatives that we are now intensifying the production to potentiate the producers and the base of the production, and now we are going into the production of milk, bovine milk, and the milk, dairy, intensifying the production with the possibility of transforming income and generation of income, and to guarantee the profit and the survival of the producers in the region. With consumption and responsible production, that, as I have already mentioned, the whole strategy of the organic processes of the production systems where the people might be fed and guaranteed with their product, with quality on their tables. The idea is that security, food safety, and not only of the families, but also of those the students that feed from our schools, from the children in the schools. Here are our actions against the global change of the weather. We work with areas, reduction of degraded areas, as we call them. The agrocatingas, which is the recovery of those areas, planting plants with fruit, and recovering of caatinga with the recovery of soils and the production of fruit for that production. That is a field work that is done with a technical team and the families in the communities, which is what we have done during this period. Is a project in which we have an association with L'Occitanie, which is a French cosmetics factory that buys the cactus that we call there the demandacaru, and it transforms it into soap, creams, perfumes, and a variety of products with participation in the benefit. We are supported with this work for the recovery of degraded areas and the properties of the producers. Here we also, you can also see that there is an area that has been recovered. We could see, maybe it's not very clearly visible, but this is a field work in areas that we have already made the recovery. There we have one of our directors, Carla Pereira, Pereira, who is one of our financial directors. And as I mentioned, from the organic certification, I'm not going to repeat that, but to try to be short on the presentation, the impact, the society, all the society is winning. As you can see, our healthier feeding, generation of income in the territories and the communities, added value for brands and businesses, biomas that are better protected. How do we work? At the level of the territory, this is the strategy for merchandising. It also extends to all the territories. That is a job that we carry out jointly with the Center of Caatinga. The Center of the Caatinga is a merchandising center that was constituted with the support of the project. The project has in this strategy of merchandising of all the products of the biodiversity, not only about the Caatinga, but of all of Brazil that is located in Suaceiro. Another is this brand of merchandising, which is a brand of Gavetero of Coppercut. We are making here. We are making. We are in several supermarkets in Brasilia, point of sales for invoicing, the invoicing in Sao Paulo, the merchandising spots for every state. In Brasilia, we also have an association with a centralized distribution that brings our products to the market. In Sao Paulo, we also have a society with a WAC Institute, which is an institute that we have to have a space, in which we have to have a space for the distribution. And now, can you go to the next one, please? And then the diversification of our products that we work on. As you can see it here, we have that beer also, that beer of Imbu, which is another fruit. We have made a partnership with Embed, which is a large Brazilian brewery, and that also works with tools, with beers. So we have a diversification of the process with them, in coordination with them, and we send the fruit to them, and they prepare our recipes, and they transform that beer, and they merchandise it. And also our recipes, you can see in the image, jams, honeys, liquors, and other whole diversity of or range of products. And here you have we have had the participation of a sustainable market, creating also societies to be able to promote social impact and environmental impact, following the objectives for sustainable development in this area. I am out of time now, but I just would like to say that everything that we have built and put together, we continue on with difficulties. So from the family agriculture, it is a base of production. It has great difficulties, as were presented. They were presented today in the presentation of the professor. And there are many things that there are things that we still have to do. In Brazil now, tomorrow we're going to have the presentation by my colleague, but we know that we have the negativeness of the closing of some governmental policies, and we know that there are some changes, and we know that some policies have been dismantled. And with that, we have some changes in the legislation that we don't know how it's going to end, the cooperativism with a new tax reform in Brazil, because we don't know what is the will that they have and what is going to happen with a family production. That is something that is kind of brand new. So we have that difficulty. We have these difficulties of the learning and the registration of products. So we have a great difficulty, and we require a technician that might spend hours, and he says that we have to change the wall because it's not done correctly, and there are things that we still have to overcome in our field. We are looking at agriculture and other things. Other things appear. The census and all these type of there are many acronyms that are mentioned in the cooperatives, and you start getting lost in the process. What are the ones that we have to follow? What are the ones that you have to find to help, and where do we have to go for the on the road? So now that in the state, it also has there's a Babakit, which is the one that regulates issues related to animal origin products. So we were there 6 months waiting to have a product activated, and if we gave them the information of a product, a yogurt product, and now we are just change. They are telling us that we have to change a comma or a dot that is supposedly mistaken. So imagine we waited 6 months just to be able to correct a billboard. That affects the family production, the production family. That affects us. It seems that we are advancing, and on the contrary, they feel like they are going backwards. So the processes, they have to be less bureaucratic for the family agriculture. And we know that we are working with food. We know that we have to work in the right manners, but we know that we have to produce and know how to manipulate the food and the good practices. We follow the practices in the best way possible, but we have to take out the bureaucracy out of the bureaucratic processes, and we have to advance it to be able to go into more sustainable environments for the communities. And I would just like to, with that, thank all of you for listening to me. Thank you very much to our colleague, Avilson, for his presentation. We are now going to go on. We have a video with which Luis Garcia is going to begin. Luis Garcia is accountant, a certified accountant in international standards of financial issues by the School of Auditors of Bolivia. He has a diploma in human resources and working conditions, and he has more than 16 years carrying out the profession as an accountant, manager, and administrator. He has been internal audit for his government in the Supra connection, the UNEC SA, and he has been the general administrator of that company and currently general manager of that company, of the same company. So we're going to begin with the video, and then we're going to go on to the presentation.
Oregano is a star product of the UNEC. It joins more than 1,000 families that cultivate spices, creating permanent income that allow them to improve the condition of living of thousands of rural producers, and they become producers of raw material for their processing in modern plants of processing, obtaining a premium quality product, transforming in dry oregano and oregano oil. In the municipio of Tomina was chosen for being an ideal place for the placing of this plant due to its geographical ideal place, and UNEC, which is the spice business unit. The production of oregano is a business that is based on the work of women. Thanks to this work of the UNEC, we are overcoming, we are becoming better. That's why a lot of people stopped migrating so that they can stay here and work. Close to 15,000 people work every year in the agro-industrial complex of UNEC in Tomina. 80% are women.
Nuestro laboratorio
Our
cuenta
labs
con un protocolo
have
de control de
a
calidad
quality
para
control
materia prima
protocol
y
for
producto de
raw
exportación.
material and export products. The work in the crops, the production, research, and industrialization of oregano has improved their quality of life and multiplied their family income. Really, we feel, myself and my wife, we feel proud to work with oregano. It's easier to do, and we get more money. We get 3 crops, which is different than other crops. So we have a safe market. It's one price. We know for sure we're going to get the income. And thanks to that, I am super happy with my children. They help me in my work, thanks to oregano.
Bien consolidada y con un rumbo hacia el futuro, no solamente para mí, para nuestros hijos también.
So we do have a safe market. We just harvest and deliver and we get the money. Thanks to the crop of oregano, our families are becoming better off economically. Thanks to this, and the women can have a better future for themselves and their children. Today, after 15 years of work, we have managed to develop a production chain that is successful. Throughout the process, end to end, a practitioner is accompanying with technical assistance individually or by groups or field schools in which we send the farmers and we share with farmers the knowledge of oregano crops. The UNEC is formed by 5 different agro-pecuarian cooperatives and by over 2,000 oregano producers disseminated in 4 different departments: Potosí, Tarija, Chicalaca, and Cochabamba. This is a social company because all the revenue generated are going to be redistributed with the oregano producers and are distributed to the partners of the cooperative. Our oregano, it's a high quality product thanks to the application of best practices and manufacturing, employing organic inputs and being respectful of the environment.
UNEC, Unidad de Negocios de Especias y Condimentos Bolivianos de primera calidad.
This is the unit of business and spices for the world from Bolivia.
Hola, Muy buenas noches a todos y todas.
Good evening.
Un pequeño video que
This is a small video that summarizes everything that UNEC does. My name is Luis Alberto Garcia from Bolivia. I belong to UNEC. I am very grateful for the invite. I would like to explain now a little bit more in detail about what UNEC has been doing in order to provide a little bit more information. UNEC has all of the production chain from little seedlings. We have the seedlings, high quality seedlings, the different varieties that are necessary and that contain the ingredients. We distribute the seedlings all the way to the community of farmers. We provide technical assistance by means of our practitioners in the cultural activities from sowing all the way through pest control, so on and so forth. And during harvest, we also provide support so that oregano is of very high quality. And above all, is immediate payment we do in the community, on site. And as you can see in the last picture, that is the last end of the chain all the way to exporting. For us, it would be very easy to produce a large scale with 3, 4, or 5 farmers. We could actually just take control of the market. Nevertheless, we produce about 750 tons. There you go, 750 tons per year, but our demand is not met because our product has been well positioned in the markets of Spain, Germany, Brazil, France, Canada, and other countries, as Uruguay, for example. So they want more of our product.
Para nosotros sería fácil producir a gran escala. Sin embargo, esto no estaría de acuerdo a la composición social que tenemos. UNEC ha sido creada por cooperativas. Volvamos al inicio, acá. Ha sido creada por cooperativas en lo que es Agrocentral y 5 cooperativas bajo un modelo de cooperativas canadienses, donde el objetivo principal es llegar a productores, a pequeños productores de área rural de los lugares más marginados. Entonces, por eso es que nosotros preferimos producir con pequeños productores. Y así conservamos también un orégano de altísima calidad y sobre todo que se pueda producir un orégano, para nosotros le llamamos todavía una producción ancestral, biológica, limpia, ya que para llegar a mercados como España, Alemania, te piden, ¿no?, alguna certificación. Nosotros contamos con la ISO 22000, que está relacionado a lo que es la inocuidad alimentaria. ¿Qué beneficios ofrecemos como empresa? Ser parte de una empresa campesina que busca competir en el mercado internacional. A través de la producción de especias se busca contribuir al desarrollo económico de la familia. Es una oportunidad de generación de ingresos. Son 3 cosechas al año. El orégano cosechas y vuelve a brotar. Cosechas y vuelves a brotar. Y muchas veces lo que hacemos es un corte escalonado para que mes a mes, como un sueldo, el productor tenga ingresos frescos. Y nuestra idea también en algún momento es llegar a que los productores puedan tener sus aportaciones a lo que son la seguridad a largo plazo, las AFPs, ya que ellos pueden controlar sus ingresos y pueden tener ingresos cada mes, ¿no? Se incentiva también al trabajo en familia y se evita la migración y desintegración del hogar, la provisión de plantines a un precio bastante accesible a productores. Ahí tenemos el precio, más o menos 200 unidades de plantines a $1, ¿no? Lo que para nosotros probablemente el costo esté 7 plantas en $1, pero nosotros damos 210 más o menos por $1. Entonces, la idea de UNEC no es favorecerse unos, sino que es contribuir a todos los productores, de que los réditos que algún momento ha tenido UNEC, lo que ha hecho es redistribuirlos a todos los productores. También da asistencia técnica permanente. Es un
Also
mercado
have
seguro,
permanent technical
compramos el
assistance.
100% de la producción, un precio justo
We
de
buy
80
100% of the
el
production,
quintal,
a fair
orégano
price of
deshidratado,
$80 a
pago al
quintal
contado
of
de
dehydrated
velocidad.
oregano.
Se
That is a cash
incentiva la
payment immediately.
diversificación
We
productiva
incentivize the
familiar
productive family
y también cada
production,
productor
and every
cuenta con un
producer also has
seguro de
an
vida,
insurance, life insurance.
ya que hemos visto muchas veces que el productor del área
It
rural
seems that the
muchas
producer of the
veces
rural area
perece
is many
y
times
la familia
perishes,
queda
and the
en
family
situaciones muy
is left in a very
complicadas.
complicated
Entonces,
situation.
el
So
pequeño seguro
the
que
small
brindamos
insurance that we
de
provide,
alguna manera
in
sirve
one way or
para que los
another, is
productores,
good for the
la
producers,
familia
or
doliente
the mourning
tenga algunos
family
ingresos
might
para
have
salir
some
adelante.
income to be able to come
También
about.
algo
Also,
importante que
something that is
vemos
very
es
important that we
que
see is
se ha
that
integrado
we have
bastante
integrated
las mujeres,
women
diríamos
a
un
lot. I would say
70%
that
de
maybe in 70%
empoderamiento
into
en
the
este
empowerment
cultivo,
of
al
this
ser
crop, since
un trabajo liviano y
it is a very
fácil,
light
entonces
job and
las
very
mujeres
simple.
son
Well,
las que
women
más lo han
are the
dedicado
ones
a la
that have
producción de orégano
dedicated
y
themselves most to the
ha
production of
permitido su
oregano,
empoderamiento a
and it
través
has
de la
allowed their
generación
empowerment
de
through the
ingresos.
generation of income.
Ahí tenemos una tablita pequeña
So there we have a
de
small table
costos
of costs
de inversión.
of investment.
En la primera fila podemos
And the
ver
first
que
line, we
para
can
una
see
hectárea
that for
se
an
necesitan
hectare, we need
5.000 plantas.
55,000 plants.
En boliviano significa
In Bolivian, this means
1.650 bolivianos,
1,600
más o
Bolivians,
menos unos
approximately
$200, ¿no?
approximately
Total, por una
$200 total
hectárea.
for 1 hectare.
Es un costo bastante
It is a
bajísimo
cost that
para
is
una
extremely low
inversión
for an
que dura
investment
más o
that
menos
will last
entre
approximately
6 a 10 años.
between
Es
6 to 10 years.
el ciclo de vida del
That is the life
orégano.
cycle of the
Podríamos decirse
oregano.
que es un cultivo
We could say that
perenne,
is
¿no? Entonces
a
la
permanent
inversión es
crop.
bastante
So the
baja.
investment that we could say is very
La fase de
low. In the
implementación son
implementation
12.000
phase, it is at
bolivianos,
12,000
la segunda
Bolivian
5.500 y la tercera
currency, the second
5.500.
5,500,
Al
and the
final
third
del primer
5,500.
año,
And the first, at the end of the
por las
first year,
inversiones realizadas,
because of the investments that were carried out, we have
18.500
approximately
bolivianos.
18,000
Para nosotros significa más o menos cerca
550
de
Bolivians. This is
$3.000
approximately $3,000
ingresos
of
netos.
income, net income.
En el segundo año,
In the second year,
estamos hablando de
we are looking,
más de
we are talking about more than
$500 más o menos
$4,500
ingresos netos.
approximately,
Y el
their
tercer
net
año
income.
se va
In the third
repitiendo
year,
esto
it is
durante los
repeated
6, 8
during the
años
6, 8 years
que se mantiene el ciclo de
that
vida
the
del
life
orégano.
cycle of the oregano is maintained.
Actualmente
Currently,
contamos
we
con
have
320 hectáreas en
320
producción,
hectares in production,
500 familias oreganoneras,
1,500 oregano producing
más
families. In the video, we talked about many more families.
Últimamente hemos tenido
And
un
lately, we have had
significativo
some passing
por
away,
cambio
significant passing away
climático
because of climate
especial.
change, especially.
Ahorita en Bolivia son
Now in
7
Bolivia,
meses
it
que
is
está
7
con
months
temporada
that
de lluvia,
we are with
donde
a
el
permanent
productor ni
rainfall,
siquiera puede
where the
ingresar
product
a la
can't even
parcela
come into the
y la
parcel.
producción
The
se
producer can't go into the
perdió
plot. The
totalmente.
production has been lost
Entonces
completely.
es una información
So it is
actualizada,
an
¿no?
updated information. This is the updated information, okay?
Trabajamos bastante
We
también en
work a
lo que
lot
son
also
la
on
capacitación en
the
productos y
training and
bioinsumos.
bio
Como
input
decía, tenemos
products.
una certificación
We have
ISO
an ISO
22000 que nos permite
22000
llegar a Alemania,
that
España.
allows us
Entonces,
to
para
export
nosotros es
to
una
Germany and
prioridad
Spain. So for us, it is a priority
el producir de la
to
manera
produce
ancestral
in the
o
ancestral and
biológica.
the ancestry or biological manner that we have
Trabajamos en lo
we
que es la
produce. We
capacitación en
work on the
resiliencia al
training
cambio
to
climático,
the
eficiencia
resilience,
del agua,
climate change, efficient use of the water,
reincorporación de la materia
reincorporation of the
orgánica al
organic
suelo.
matter
Esto es
into
muy
the soil. This is
importante.
something that is very important.
Y sobre todo,
And
después
especially
de 5,
after
6,
5 or
7
6 or
años,
7 years,
hacemos rotación de
we make
cultivos
a rotation of crops mandatorily. So there I have a map to the countries to which we are exporting. As I said, we are exporting to Canada, France, Spain, Germany, Australia, Uruguay, Brazil. In the European markets, we are exporting 180,000 kilograms per year. In the markets of the Mercosur, 360,000 kilograms, and within Bolivia, 20,000 kilograms, an average of approximately 560,000 kilograms per year. And the generation of income for our country that at this moment is facing a crisis because of the shortage of dollars, it is approximately $2,240,000 of fresh currency that we are injecting into our country. The topic of strengthening cooperation, well, we believe that we are missing a collaborative association, inclusive financially for coming close to the governmental instances that allow us to activate certain standards that are frozen. In our country, there are several standards, but they are all frozen. They have been frozen. There is not a financial collaboration to this type of initiatives. I believe that it's also important to look for spaces of coordination with national governments, departmental governments that will allow us to reactivate spaces of consultation or agreement, and that the current government might be able to support these initiatives. To promote guides, motivating tours for the motivation of oregano, including the private enterprises that identify and participate in events that excel and promote public-private cooperation. And finally, the main topics to create a regional agenda, collaborative agenda. We believe that for this type of companies like we have to develop and validate the new varieties of oregano. Some 15 years ago, a simple example, let me tell you that, for example, the oregano, I would not see any illness and no plague. The oregano, because of its composition of oils, would repel all the illnesses and plagues. Nowadays, with the climate change, those bugs have adapted to it, and now they are present in the oregano, and they cause the illnesses. Before we had an organic production, 100% organic. Nowadays, it's becoming conventional. So we believe that we have to develop and validate the varieties of oregano that are maybe resistant to the climate change, plagues and illnesses, improvements in the process of the oregano. Our machinery, one way or another, is maybe not the best machinery we have. We could have. We have to see that we might be able to have harvesters, processing plants that might improve or reduce our costs and improve the efficiency. The building of a guide of good agricultural practices for the oregano, do lobbying with importing countries in terms of a residue of pesticides, the establishment of a channel of reference for the pricing, and finally, training of the professionals that are involved in the company. And that would be all on my part. I don't know if there's any questions. I'm very thankful for your time. Thank you very much, Luis, for explaining to us this case from Bolivia also. We're going to go on directly to the part of questions and answers, and we're going to do the first dynamic. We're going to limit ourselves to 3 questions. If you have any questions that we have already noted down, Eric, and we're going to make all the questions right in front so that we can give the presenters the opportunity to respond. If you have any question for any particular presenter, please direct the question to that person, or you say if it is for everybody. So Eric, thank you to the 3 of you. I don't know if Lucia is still on the conference. For Lucia, it's at 10 o'clock already. Yes, I'm still here. To the 3 of you, maybe talk a little bit about the advancements and the difficulties in the governance and in the governance and the management, the collective management of those entrepreneurships. And maybe particularly, Luis, if you could explain how the governance of the UNECTE happens and in what dimension, does it have a social dimension also? If it has a social dimension. Who else? Any other question? So we will begin. Lucia, we will begin with you.
Bien.
Okay,
Como yo
perfect.
demostraba ahí en el
As it has been
diagrama,
demonstrated there in the diagram,
voy a entrar en el ejemplo concreto
I'm
ya.
going to go into the
Hoy
concrete
día la
example.
coordinación
Let's say
está constituida por 4
the
grupalidades, pero como les comenté,
management was made by
alguna de esas
four
grupalidades, la
groups, but it was one of those
representaría
groups, which is the
la
group
más
area number one, which is the largest
generación de
one in terms of
economía, es la que
generation of
figura como
economy.
administradora
It
de
is
la
the one
tierra
that
frente al
appears the
instituto
administrator of the
y
land
es la que
to
tiene
the
más
with the
antigüedad.
institute, and it is the one that is has
La
the oldest
cooperativa
antiquity.
funciona como
So the cooperative
cooperativa,
works
tiene una
as an
comisión
operational basis. It
directiva,
has
hace
a board
reuniones
of
cada 15
directors and
días,
makes
estas
meetings every
reuniones
15 days.
son
These
abiertas
meetings
a todos los
are
trabajadores y
open to all the
socios,
workers and
15 días
partners.
trocados, digamos,
15
un miércoles
days
directiva al miércoles siguiente de
from
coordinación, que es un
one
espacio donde se coordina
Wednesday of a
específicamente el
directory. This is a
trabajo.
space where we coordinate the job.
Y después las otras
And then
modalidades, cada una tiene
the
como
other
su
ones of the groups
forma
have their own way
de
of
gobernanza y de toma de decisiones.
governance and
Yo
making
creo que lo
decisions. I
interesante
believe that the most interesting
está
thing
en las
is
decisiones
that
que son comunes entre
it
esas
is in the decisions that
grupalidades
are
o entre
common among
territorios.
those three
Ahí me parece que
groups
es
within
donde
the
se
territory. I
genera
think
la
that is where we
dificultad.
generate.
Me parece no. Es donde se genera la dificultad en la toma de decisiones.
It doesn't seem.
Cuestiones
That's where we
como
have the generation of
el uso de los
the
espacios comunes,
difficulties in
por
the decision
ejemplo, que
making,
tiene
like
que ver con
for
el salón
the common
comunitario, un
spaces,
espacio que hay para
the
los alimentos.
communitary place that we
Cuestiones
have
que
for
tienen que
the
ver
lodging and so forth.
con
Well, so this has to
qué
do
áreas se dejan para producción y qué tan
with
cerca están
what
de las
areas are left
casas. En esto que
for
yo comentaba,
production and how
que la
close.
producción que se hace es convencional.
And I have commented that the production is done is
¿De
conventional.
dónde se pagan algunas cosas de los espacios
Where do we
comunes?
pay some of the
Las
common
cuestiones que hay
things of the
que
common
decidir
spaces, the
entre
things that
todas
have
las
to be decided
grupalidades, ahí es donde está el
between
desafío.
all the different groups? That's where the challenge is
Se está como
located.
construyendo ese espacio,
We
hay
are
cosas que se
building that
pueden
space. There are
hoy
things that
día discutir y
we can
decidir en
nowadays
conjunto y
discuss
hay otras
and
decisiones
say
que
jointly.
sigue tomando
And there are some
la
decisions that
cooperativa.
are taken with the cooperative.
Lo que sí yo
So
creo que es
what I
interesante en
do
este
believe is
territorio,
interesting in this territory,
o que yo he aprendido estando acá,
although I have learned
es
this being here, is
como
that
la constancia, por decirlo de alguna
the
manera, o
consistency
un ejemplo
or
muy concreto. Yo les decía que cada 15
saying it
días,
very
un
concretely
miércoles
that
hay
every
directiva
15
y un
days,
miércoles hay coordinación.
every
Uno puede
15
ver las
days on a
oficinas y
Wednesday
las
we have the
oficinas
coordination. You
cuando
can
hay
see
directiva, los
the
miércoles a las
offices
6 de la
when we have
tarde
board of
están
directors.
vestidos
Wednesdays on
bañados
at
de ropa como si
4
fuesen al
o'clock, everybody's
pueblo
dressed
y puede ver a
in
los
their best
mismos
clothing, like
vecinos
Sunday
cuando van a la
clothing, and you can
coordinación, que
see
es un área de
the
trabajo,
neighbors when they're
vestidos de
going to the
trabajo.
coordination.
Y eso
When they're
habla
going
de
to
la
the coordination of
importancia
work,
que juega la
they are
directiva
dressed
para
in
mí,
work clothing. So this talks
de
about
ese
the
espacio de
importance of
toma de decisiones.
doing this space of decisions,
Todas las
this
decisiones se
decision
toman
making.
ahí.
All the decisions are
Hay
made
juegos
there.
de poder, no sé qué,
There
sí,
is a
sucede,
role,
pero hay
power roles,
como
and so forth. But
una
there is
disciplina, por decirlo de
sort
alguna
of like a
manera, en la
discipline to say it
reunión
somehow
que para mí es como muy
in the meeting.
importante
That for
y el
me is
desafío sigue
something that is
estando
very
en
important, and the
cuestiones
challenge
más
continues being
comunes de las
in things that are
grupalidades.
more common
No sé si
of the
respondí a
groups.
Eric,
I
pero
don't
es
know if I
como
answered Eric, but that's what I could say. He pointed out that yes. Thank you, Lucia.
Sim. Acho que na Copercu que a gente tem feito, a gente tem hoje uma equipe de
Today we have a team of 42 collaborators
e ela se divide por setores.
that is divided by sectors, and we have various sectors of production, commercialization, administrative sector, and technical assistance. Once a week, every single Friday, we meet to create reports, and via these reports do the weekly planning. And every year we build our strategic plan and the business plan and price structure that is done with the coordinators of each sector. So we do meet the coordinators in each sector, and in those meetings, we make some decisions. Some of them are made in a very administrative, executive manner, but most of the decisions are made by consensus with the different coordinators So we base our decisions based on the input of every sector. Those meetings are weekly meetings. We also conduct assessments, and as I said, every quarter we do a review of the strategic plan because we build the strategic plan, and it is always subject to changes along the way. So we need to have that assessment every quarter. So, for example, for price structuring, we need to conduct assessments of the strategy to fix the prices for the products. And that is also something that can change every single day. So these decisions are done in an executive manner by the cooperative, and it's part of a collective process with different coordinators. And at some point, we also bring some other collaborators that we believe are important in that discussion, because there are certain things that are going to depend on those that are part of the discussion base of the creation base or in the administrative base. So we do believe this is a highly democratic process, day in and day out, for the process of the governance process of the Copacorp. Since this is a private company, it has a board of stockholders, so there is a democratic election process that each cooperative names the members to be part of the board. So each cooperative has a representative to be part of that board. This board can be conformed by males and females that before they play the role of chairperson, they have to go through a training process to understand their obligation, their responsibilities, their duties, and their tasks. Because in the end, these are small-scale farmers. So the board decides above every person. All decisions are done at that level. That's the governance structure that UNEC has. Thank you very much. We are now adjourning this meeting. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Arilson. And thank you, Luis. Transportation is waiting for us downstairs. A round of applause to all of you folks. Thank you very much. Transportation is downstairs. We're going to have a light dinner before resting, and tomorrow at 8:15 you're going to be arriving